the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron Legrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron Legrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
The common objection, I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
Thankfully, we finally found him, and he was the guide. He was the mentor I'd always been looking for.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great, big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life.
Hello and welcome. I am excited to share with you today about the art of buying houses virtually. I'm Andrew Schlag, one of Ron Legrand's mentors.
And I'm Aaron Schlag, the other half of the Schlag brothers.
Yes, so we're going to be covering some really excited stuff for you today, showing you not only how Ron has changed our world and changed our life, but also how that relates to you and buying houses virtually in this market, the frankly best market I've ever seen to do this in. We're going to be talking about how to get a check fast and build residual income, a lot about the pretty house business, and we're going to be delving into several examples as well as to deals that we've done and are doing in our business, and as well as student deals, but wanted to also give you a chance to ask questions. So Nick, you want to tell them how to submit their questions?
Sure. Basically, you're either watching this on Facebook or on YouTube. In either case, you'll have a comment section there where you can type in your comments to chat with other students. We're going to be taking the questions right from that comment section. Now, what'll help me out is if you can put the letter Q out in front of the question, the letter Q in front of your question. That way, it'll help me pick it out from all the other chatter. Also, it would be helpful if you included your city and state, because that may affect the answer to the question coming from Andrew and Aaron. Let's see, if you could keep your question short, that's a sentence or two, not a dissertation. That would be great. That would help us stay on time. And lastly, just keep in mind that we're probably going to be taking questions after each break. So the question's not going to be answered right when you ask it. So make sure you tailor your question in a way that's going to make sense later on when we read it. So for example, don't just say, could you go over that again? That won't make sense in an hour or so when we answer that question.
Awesome. Thank you, Nick. So basically what the layout of today is going to be, we'll go for about between 2 and 2.5 hours. We're going to delve into a lot of details into the house business and what is working today. This is not just theories that used to work. This is stuff that we're doing actively in the market today. And this is stuff that Ron Legrand has shared with us and taught us, and we're as I mentioned, actively in the market doing it and changed our lives. So we're excited to share that with you. And so after 2.5 hours or so, we're going to be taking a break for about 15 minutes. Going to come back and do another training segment. We're going to take one more short break and then come back and we'll be doing deal structuring. So you guys as deals will be coming on here, and several of you all that are watching this will be coming on, and we'll be talking about the deals that you are actively either A, have in the works, or B, have just completed. So very excited to delve in. Can we get the slides up? Awesome, thank you. So where's the big money in single family houses? That is definitely something that I didn't even realize existed in this terms business and the owner financing and subject to and all of the creative ways that Ron taught us to do this. So again, when I started integrating this at 21 years old, I started doing this immediately. And by 22, and the entire calendar year of 2015, I bought 50 houses in 52 weeks using these strategies that I'm about to show you. So why real estate? You can start immediately without money or credit. I was 21 and broke and over $80,000 in medical debt and didn't have much money or credit. So you little to no risk. You don't need a big check. You don't need to write a big check. And we'll be talking about exactly how to do that and build true wealth. In fact, you'll never use your credit in the pretty house or ugly house business. And if you need to write a check, it won't be a big one. Quite frankly, if it's a big enough profit and you had to, find a partner to write the check. Again, you can do this with little money or credit. It's a part-time business with a full-time income. And that's what definitely attracted me. I had wanted to do something that could help others, something that I could do part-time, something that I could do on the side. I had had some challenges that had come up, and this really attracted me when I heard Ron talking about this back in 2014, the first time I ever heard of this. So how does this work in a pandemic, Aaron?
You know, it actually works very good for us. As you may know or may not know, a lot of this is already virtual with what we do. And so the pandemic, albeit a really tough situation, it has not affected the housing market negatively at all. And it has just forced us to continue to implement strategies of time management and continue doing it virtually.
Absolutely. And in fact, prior to the pandemic, we basically had it all virtual except the visit to the house. And the pandemic just required us to make that virtual. And quite frankly, I like it better that way. We do more houses, more deals, in less time.
Absolutely.
Photo or a video from the seller will be all you need to know what the house looks like. And there's really nothing you can't see on the phone that you needed to see in person. So when it comes to doing this virtually, it, if anything, forced us, wouldn't you say, to just increase our business?
100%, it did.
And so for me, that was a minor shift. I was already doing deals. All of it was virtual except that house visit. So there was just a minor shift we'll be talking about today at the end of that call rather than scheduling that meeting to get it done virtually. The truth is, sellers will gladly invite you to visit their home, still having no problem when we do want to go see a property that they let us or boots on the ground in that area do it. We're going to be covering the best way to make the most money in real estate today without big chunks of money or using your credit. Beautiful homes all around you. I'm not talking about rehabbing and all the costly entanglements and challenges that come along with that. We're talking about deals that need almost nothing or no work. How to build big monthly residual income and retirement with no risk. I remember coming into this business, I'd never made over $30,000 in a year. My first objective was to buy 10 houses, netting me $200 a month apiece, because I was in a low-end area living in at the time, Southern Illinois, and so quickly met and then exceeded that goal, of course. I went on to do hundreds more since then. Going to be covering how to operate your business without raising money or banks or big overhead costs or lots of employees or other things that you might think come along with running a multiple 6 or even 7-figure business. And again, it can be part-time. Full-time income, part-time work. Now, as we go throughout the day, I'm going to encourage you to type in the chat. So if you all would like to have an extra 6 figures a year coming in from a part-time effort, type in the chat, I would. All right? The more you interact in the chat, the more you're going to get out of this. So we're going to be interacting as we go throughout the day. We'll talk about how to get a $20,000 check in the next 60 days or less. And
we'll be talking to a few of our students
Yes.
that work with Ron, and that I think, in fact, a couple of them we even have worked with and mentored that have done just this.
yes.
A little later
So
today.
as I mentioned earlier, my brother and I are mentors for Ron, have been since late 2017 or early 2018. And it's an honor seeing people's lives changed
Yes.
with this information right here. How would your life change if you could add an extra 20 or 30 or more $1,000 a month to your income with part-time effort? Well, here's a little bit about Ron. There's him and Beverly at the Leaning Tower. I heard when they left there that fell over immediately.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah, they shouldn't have put their hands down.
the Coliseum? Very, very cool trips Ron has been on. Here's the fish he caught, or he says he caught. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
If you're standing in front of him, I heard it's yours. Here's another one in Alaska. So who is Ron? For those of you who know Ron Legrand, you'll appreciate this. I'll be sharing a little bit more in a moment about the impact he's had directly on my life, our lives.
Yes.
But Ron has done over 3,000 houses in 40 years, and I think that's just when he quit counting. I suspect it's a lot higher than that now. Done commercial projects in 9 states, runs 6 businesses currently, and trains the trainers. He trained me, and now I have the privilege of training others, going all across the country, seeing others' lives changed. So Ron's the godfather. Pretty much, if you have been trained, you're probably directly a child or indirectly a grandchild of Ron Legrand in the training. So he's spoken for the biggest and the best, the one and only Donald Trump. Dr. Phil. That's a cool. Gene Simmons. That was Gene Simmons, something I didn't know about him being the singer that he is. I didn't know the brilliant businessman he was until this event right here. This was taken. And there's his non-human children. Now, that's not how he started. It took him 20 years to figure out how to make the easy money and focus on the low-hanging fruit. That's what I want you to do by the end of this training today. I'm also going to give you an opportunity to come spend 4 days in person with Ron Legrand, just like I did in Atlanta, Georgia in 2014, that changed my life and rocked my world.
Yeah.
Took me from broke at 21 to a real estate millionaire by 23 years old. And so that's what I want for you. I'm going to be giving you that opportunity here in a couple of hours, talking about how you can get to the 4-day live with the one and only Ron as well. For Ron, it all started with a washing machine. If you've heard Ron, you've heard him talk about the washing machine story and how that he couldn't afford to buy his wife a new wash machine, and how that's what made him go to bed mad and said, what am I doing? Been married all these years and got kids and can't even buy my wife a washing machine to wash the clothes. And last I knew, I think Beverly has all the washing machines she wants.
I'm pretty sure.
So for us, here's us when we started in 2014.
Not quite.
I'm kidding. So this is a few years prior. That's me, Andrew, on the right, and Aaron in the yellow shirt there on the left. And so that was a few years prior. We did start young, though. Here is us in 2017 when we graduated, master's with Ron Legrand.
Yeah.
That was a fun time, wasn't it?
Memorable.
So here's us now. Was honored to just be featured in the Top 100 magazine as top 100 real estate investors in the U.S. And so that has been quite an honor. And here's some more fun stuff that we got to do. That's Aaron and I in Key West last year. And then you'll see me there with Gene Simmons. That was fun. And then you see both Aaron and myself there with Vanilla Ice, who you may know as a successful real estate investor. So that was a fun experience, wasn't it?
Good time.
Good stuff. Ultimately, my passion is to see others' lives changed like mine was, from broke at 21 to tremendous cash flow, and my whole world transformed. And now I just get to, again, fly around the country, essentially sharing that vision and that passion with others and seeing their lives transform the same way. And that's what I love doing. Ron Legrand taught me, the less I do, the more I make. I always thought, work hard and get ahead. And then I found out that if you work hard, you get more hard work. And while there's definitely something to be said for a hard work ethic, there is something to be said for delegation and automation, and that's what Ron quickly helped me do, to get out of my own way and hire those to do what they do best.
Taught us to work smarter, not harder, didn't he?
Absolutely. Need a virtual assistant and a few minor things that we're going to be covering today to really turn this into a business, a 6, or as I mentioned, some people even 7-figure businesses they've turned this into, some of our students. And to do this all with a few hours a week. And that's what I want to see for you guys. You have one job in your business as a business owner, and that's to make decisions. Several ways to make money in real estate. Ron teaches them all the way from owner finance and sub-2 and lease options and wholesaling and fix and flip and pretty much anything else you can think of. But before we become successful, there's one major key. I always tell people real estate is the easy part, showing you how to do a house, to buy a house and get a check. You don't have to be that bright. I did it at 21, and according to Ron, I wasn't very bright. So the first thing we have to do is to change our thinking. As Jim Rohn says, the stinking thinking gets in the way. And so to transform our life, to transform our finances, to build residual income, it's to change our thinking and the way we think about money. I can tell you want to add something to that, Aaron.
Yeah, changing your thinking is one of the hardest things to do. Was in my life, and I think in your life. And when you get that change in your mind, what Ron says, the less I do, the more I make, really resonates. And it starts shifting your focus from doing what Andrew or I would call busy work to doing only the things that make sense and make a difference in your bottom line. And that does ultimately mean making decisions and delegation. So
Absolutely.
That's something I wanted to interject.
And there's really only 3 things to do in this business, and to change the way we think around that is vital. And that is to get leads, to follow up,
Yes.
and to get contracts. And of course, once you've done that, get the checks. The steps are so simple, yet for me, I know I was too dumb to know better. I just went out, done what Ron told me, and started succeeding. I think you had a little more of that think or brain experience, didn't you?
Yeah. Thinking about it instead of doing what needed to be done to get things across the finish line, for sure.
Absolutely. And sometimes, wouldn't you say the hardest thing to get out of the way is yourself?
100%. 100%.
So for me, once I got over that mindset, well, I remember starting out, driving around, putting sticky notes on doors because I thought I wasn't working hard enough, just calling people. So I had that subconscious kick in a little bit, wanting me to work harder. And in reality, I just needed to be working toward getting the deals and the checks. 2 fastest ways to a payday. Number 1, wholesaling. I do a lot of wholesaling. I'm going to tell you the downside of that in a second. I will say, though, if you're wanting a quick 10 or 20 or 50, or as Kirk's going to be on later today, $72,000 check like he got not too long ago, there's no better way to a fast check than a quick wholesale deal. Yeah. At the same time, I'm going to show you the downside of that. And to get a deposit or a down payment is the other fastest way, the way we're going to really delve down into today. And I want to mention that because when you do a pretty house deal, like we're going to talk about, not only do you get a front-end payday, which we're going to be showing you, you get a residual income, a payday every single month, and then a back-end payday. That's what I want for you. Work one time, get paid over and over. Wholesaling has always been the fastest way to get a check. And in fact, that's how I got started. That's how I got my first check for $3,000.
Yep.
Now, $3,000 isn't a lot. And looking back, I've never done a deal, I don't think, for that small amount after, that small of an amount since then. But that $3,000 changed my world. It made it real to me. So find a bargain, contract it at price A, find a buyer, flip it at price B. Never been an easier time to do that than right now. The problem is it's deals from the MLS. If you're offering on the MLS, you got to have proof of funds and commonly a non-refundable deposit. In fact, lots of competition out there. And offer I put in not too long ago because on a deal they wanted $3,000 non-refundable deposit. And there's lots of competition. Everybody, and I use that loosely, everybody's out there wholesaling for sure. And slave to the banks and the realtors, and it's easy to get caught up in a essentially what becomes a higher paying job. Again, if you need a quick $10, $20, or $50,000, go get you a wholesale deal. Not a thing wrong with that. But I'm going to show you today why there's a better way. Must make offers to get one accepted. The profits are reasonably small. You get paid one time for doing one deal. And something else you wanted to add?
Go ahead.
Okay, he's getting ready to say something. You must commonly close in the name you put on the contract. So if you want to assign it, then you got to close it and figure out how to do that. So just a lot of challenges that come along with that. And not to mention short-term capital gains is the worst tax that there is. So if you are finding for sale by owners and you're contracting them and you're finding a buyer, wholesaling is a way to get some fast checks. So definitely don't throw that idea out. Just put it on the back burner for now as we go through today. In fact, I'll mention, and I just don't know how else to be other than transparent. You'll notice today, this afternoon, when we're going through deals that students are doing, several of them are wholesale deals because they come across them and they're doing the pretty house business, and lo and behold, they come across this wholesale deal that they can get a quick check. One student just sent me a deal, $19,953, I believe it was. And different amounts like that. You don't want to pass up those checks when they come along. Rehabbing and retailing, of course, is a big profit center and will continue to be. We've done hundreds of them. And at the same time, it's a lot of work. And it's a lot more work, usually for less profit than what the pretty house business does for us. You got all the wholesaling issues, plus you got raising capital and my least favorite. Contractors. You got buyers who pick through the houses, and you got appraisers who sometimes kill the deal, and lending requirements. And anytime we go over budget or over time, it costs more money. And the most profitable way to increase your cash flow and grow true wealth with the least amount of effort is the modern day money machine, as I like to call it, the pretty house business. The fastest way to grow true wealth at 22, about 50 houses in 52 weeks doing this. So, never bought a house before, 21 years old, meet Ron in April of 2014 and say, oh my goodness, I can do this. Actually, at the Quick Start event, the mentors called, negotiated a deal for me, and it turned out to be my first $3,000 wholesale deal. And then a few weeks went by, and finally I got a pretty house deal. And finished out that calendar year in 2014 doing 12 deals, which not bad for a 21-year-old kid that never bought a house before, but I wanted to do more. And so in 2015, we ramped it up, and I'll show you in a moment how I ramped that up, and bought 50 houses in 52 weeks. That made me a millionaire. That built the cash flow. That changed my whole world, and I didn't have to go to the banks and get qualified, and didn't have to go applying for loans. I didn't have to go writing big checks because I used the strategies that we're about to show you right here. The fastest way to get a large check without using your money or credit is to get a down payment on a nice house. I'm going to show you today one or two of our deals. We'll be showing you some other deals. We've gotten as much as $80,000 down, non-refundable option deposit, on a $140,000 house. Do the math on that. How many of those do you need? $80,000 profits. Break it down, perhaps our average is much lower than that, actually. How many $18,000 down payments do you need to currently change your life? Let's look at the business where credit is never needed. And that is the pretty house business. No terms, no deal. Simply put, it's the seller agreeing to accept a monthly payment until we pay them off in full in the future. There's three ways that I'm going to show you how we structure that. And if you have seen Ron before, you know these three ways: lease purchase, owner financing, and getting the deed subject to. And lease purchase, I might add, is my least favorite way because you don't actually own the property. It's my least favorite way because as you're doing these deals and you're looking at these deals, you want to own them. Get the deed, get the appreciation, get the depreciation, get all the benefits that come along with owning the thing. And so almost every time, in fact, every time I can think of in our business, out of the hundreds of deals we've done, if we got terms, I either closed them on a subject to or owner financing. Simply put, you take ownership of the property, you pay the monthly payment that's underlying, or you send the seller a check every month until you pay them off in full in the future. But Andrew, why would any sellers do that? I'll get to that in a moment. We have them doing that every single month. In fact, I was just looking. I think this year we have contracted over 36 deals. Yep. I don't have the exact number. I know there's 2 contracts. My acquisitionist just emailed me today. But I say that because in this hottest market there is, we're still finding deals. I'm going to be showing you how we're finding deals by the dozens in this current market. And all types of deals. Yes, we do some wholesaling, do some fix and flip, and half or more of our business is the pretty house terms business, where we're buying houses with little to nothing down, a sweetheart monthly payment, great terms where we can turn around and turn these in to profits. That's what I want for you. The real money is in the monthly cash flow, the debt pay down, the appreciation, the forfeited non-refundable option deposits, and the equity payoff. There's a example. I don't remember if the Fairlawn is that one that we have in our slides.
We don't. No, we're just going to talk about it today.
Okay, so yeah, we don't have that one in our slides. I remember a Fairlawn, when it come to time to pay it off, we'd sold it for $99,000 on a lease option, and I remember at looking back when we went to pay it off, and the total payoff was $24,000. $24,000. And when I bought it, it was 60 or 58.5, I believe, right around 60,000. Mm-hmm. And so I just looking back over that 4-year period, it had got cut down to nearly half. Yeah. And so that is where the real money is made. That is where you're going to change your life. I recently had a tenant buyer who was about to cash out on a deal, and I thought we owed like $150 on it. And when I bought it a few years back, that's what we had owed. And when we went to order the payoff, we owed $108,000. That's just money that appears just because you're collecting money every month from a tenant and you're paying a seller every month. So be thinking about that. Don't get caught up in just the checks today. And again, when I started, I needed the check today. So that's where the $3,000 check and then the non-refundable option deposits did immediately change my life. But don't forget the real money that's made here. The millions that can be made over time by simply holding these things and the cash flow you get and lease optioning them on the back end. So as we go along, anything you want to add to that?
No, go ahead.
Awesome. Perfect. Let's make the focus on money now, money monthly, and money later. How many of you can relate to needing all three of these? If you can relate, type, oh yeah. So for me, that's what I needed. The most important to me at 21 was to have a check right now. And that's what I got with wholesaling. That's what I started to get with the non-refundable option deposits. But then as I met and exceeded my goal to have 10 properties, netting me $200 a month passively, which I quickly exceeded, I realized that mailbox money, and I recommend if you're not taking notes to start taking notes, because I'm going to be sharing some really cool stuff with you today that you're going to want to go back and start implementing. If you already have a successful real estate investing business, this is a way to pour gas on the fire. If you are brand new to real estate investing and looking to get started, this is a way to start getting real money fast. So all on the same house, multiple paydays, life-changing paydays, I call them the golden geese. Why? Because they keep on laying the golden eggs. And as time goes on, you begin to realize that's where the real money is. And I must say that there's been times as the business ebbs and flows, as after I got started, that monthly residual is definitely what carried in the slow months. Because there may come a time and you may be buying a house or 2 or 3 a month. You may go 4 or 5 weeks without buying a house. And that monthly residual income keeps on coming in. And believe me, just like I do, you will love it. It's life-changing. It's truly life-changing because, again, you work one time, you get paid multiple times. How, if you're only spending 2 hours for a deal that you're buying, you're getting $25,000 on the front end, you're getting $300 a month net to you because it's a cheap house. On the middle end, if you're in California, for my California people, that should be more like $3,000 a month net cash flow. Any deal I talk about, by the way, for my California folks, if I mention a deal that's 200,000, just add a zero, all right? It'd be 2 million in California. It's actually pretty accurate. And so this works everywhere. We have students in probably with Ron has in all 50 states in Canada now. I think we've personally mentored in more than 24 states. So again, this works everywhere. This is a way to build serious money. Now, something I commonly hear is, Andrew, this is the hottest market I've ever seen. How do we find deals? The answer is there's a bunch of methods, several of which we're covering today, and even more that we'll be covering, over 15 of them. I think more like 30-something of them now when you come spend 4 days in person with Ron. And that is something that it keeps the deals coming in. You know, we constantly are running ads online. We spend money on marketing. You don't have to, we do. And that's how we buy so many dozens of deals like we're doing right now. And at the same time, when I started, I had no money. I used bandit signs, business cards, car magnets, and sticky notes and flyers. Yeah. and by thank God, the bandit sign started working. And that's how I done my first several deals. So find the golden geese that keep on laying the eggs. Unlike wholesaling and retailing, where the goose is dead the day you sell and you pay the maximum taxes. All right? So very little of your time is required. Today, 90% of the work is done by virtual assistants and being outsourced. Again, there's 2 ways. Write this down. There's 2 ways to find deals. One of your team members calls them, meaning your virtual assistant, or if in the beginning I felt I couldn't afford a virtual assistant, so I had done it myself. I mailed 720-something letters. I received 140-something phone calls to my cell phone, and I realized if I had to borrow the money to hire a virtual assistant, I needed a virtual assistant. Yeah. My life sucked for that day and a half when those 140 calls were coming in. And so just figure out how to get it done and start getting these leads coming to you. 90% of the work is done for you. Here is where the life flow of the business is. Here's where everything starts. The lead property information sheet. If you have this sheet, you should have this sheet already. If you don't, when you sign up on the Gold Club, when you log into your Gold Club membership, you're going to have it there. And it's real simple. Here's the 2 biggest things we want filled out on this lead sheet. The payment section. So backing up, you notice we asked the asking price and what do we think the seller will appraise, think it will appraise for. At the bottom, we find out a little more information, gives us some insight as to what the property is, what the seller's motivation is for selling. Right now, I might add, inheritances and divorced are 2 of our biggest leads, 2 of our biggest lead sources. And inheritance, it's found money, and it's an opportunity for them to build cash flow for all the, in some cases, kids or whoever the heirs were, where the money was left for. In fact, I've had people look at me and say, I don't want all the money now. Yes, you heard me right. You say, is there actually people out there who want payments? The answer is yes. You learn to ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers, commonly. I ask them constantly. When we talk to sellers, we say, usually it works by working out a monthly payment. We pay a good price. We close all whenever you want. We pay all the closing costs. I'm not a realtor, so there's no 6% fees or commissions. And I make you a monthly payment until I pay you off in full. So knowing that information that you would net more by selling to me than any other way, would you be able to give me some time to pay you off in full? If the answer is no, move on. If the answer is yes, then move right on into the scripts Ron provides for you, and you just got your first pretty house deal. Again, no leads, no business. Write that down. No leads, no business. For those of you who are seeing this for the first time, I want to absolutely drive home to you that this is the life flow of your business. In all the hundreds and hundreds of deals I've done since 2014, every time we've had a time where there was a lapse or a lack of deals, it's been because we wasn't getting enough lead sheets. In fact, to this day, I can predict if we have a low month, and it's not uncommon for us to buy 10 or even 12 houses in a month right now, not every month, but that's what we've done for the first 2 or 3 months of this year, is it's not unusual for us to buy 10 or 12 deals in a month. Anytime the deal flow slacks, it is always because we don't have enough leads coming in. And you'll find the same thing. Say, oh my goodness, Andrew, how is 10 a month? I want to get to 1 a month. Well, cool. Then write down that goal. Your objective is to get 1 deal a month. All right? What if you have a VA, a virtual assistant, who's a few bucks a month, provides you with 20 filled out lead sheets a week? My average closing call takes about 5 minutes. Sometimes it's less for my suspects whenever I know I ain't going to do business with them. Sometimes if somebody has more than one house, a tired landlord, or perhaps they're somebody going through a challenging time in life, and maybe we'll stay on the phone for even 7 or 8 minutes. Average 5-minute closing call. How many 5-minute closing calls do you need to do to buy a house? The answer is I don't know.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I can't stress the importance of this. Getting a VA, I work with so many students, and they talk to me about pros and cons of VAs, and I always tell them that you will do so much more consistent business with a VA, and you'll be surprised. We was talking about lead flow and spending money on leads. You can get so much value in so many leads from Zillow for Sell by Owner, Ron's Gold Club. I see deals closed from there quite often. So don't discount these free avenues. And if you're using a VA for this, you're one step closer to automating.
Absolutely.
So I want to plug that in.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it goes back to that mindset we was talking about. Don't let the dime stop you from getting to the dollars. When I started, there's no better example. A 21-year-old kid that's in debt, not making any money, and I'm going, I can't afford a VA. That's a few $100 in a month. How can I come up with that? And at the same time, I quickly realized, again, I was young and didn't know no better. Ron said I needed to do it, so I borrowed the money and did it, and thank God I did. Yeah. In fact, sometimes I see people, that's their biggest problem, is they're in their own way. So make sure you don't let the dimes get in the way of getting dollars. You know, I couldn't afford the education. There was no way I could have afforded that, but thank God I rounded up the money from friends and family members, and of course, Ron even has an opportunity where it's now 0% interest for 6 months to get into the training. And I remember in April of 2014 sitting there for 4 days, and my whole world began to change. And so don't get caught up on the few dollars that you're going to be spending on a virtual assistant or on training or on education or on traveling somewhere for training, and let that stop you from getting the $20,000 and $30,000 and $50,000 checks. I've got a check on my wall. It was a very important deal to me, and the check is for $63,000. It was a very important check for me because that was a deal that I bought in 2015, and I remember that deal. It was a couple who was going through a divorce, and they was behind on payments. And I remember very well that call coming in, and the answer to that I asked a while ago, how many 5-minute calls do you need to make to buy a house? The answer for me is 9. Now, that's because I get quality leads and because I've been practicing this for a few years. What if? What if for you the answer is 20? What if the answer is 100? 100 times 5 minutes. If it's that much, well, we just need to get better on the phone. But for the sake of argument, how many 30 or 40 or $50,000 checks do you need to compensate you for some 5-minute phone calls? So make sure you're not letting time or dimes get in the way of the dollars. And I am so grateful. That check for $3,000 came to me, and it really made it real to me, again, what we're teaching today. I bought this house with no money down. I accepted a non-refundable option deposit from the buyer. I used that money to bring the mortgage current, and I cash flowed this thing for 3 years. The first tenant buyer left. We had to put somebody else in because they had a challenge in their relationship, and they moved on, and we put somebody else in, and they bought the house, and when they cashed it out, the check was for $63,000. I remember that because, again, that was such a transformative reality of what this is and exactly what the power of this can do for each of us. I'm not extra smart. I'm sure not extra brilliant. And I was 21. I just didn't know what I didn't know. And I didn't know that it didn't work. So I thought it did when Ron said it. Thank God I believed it. So pretty houses, there's two types. There's free and clear, and there is debt with equity. So right now, about 2/3 of the houses in the U.S. are some sort of debt on them. About 1/3 is free and clear. Now, I love both types. The debt is so easy to buy. The majority of houses we buy we're taking over some portion of debt. Then there's a minority that are free and clear, again, commonly in inherited situations, although a substantial amount of them also have debt. And then we're just agreeing to make the seller a monthly payment. Here's a deal myself and Aaron did. Manchester Court, I believe. Bought this by taking over the debt of $137. No money down. Type in the chat, no money down. I'll give you a second to do so.
Best kind of deal right there.
No money down. And this is Indiana.
Yes.
Guess what my closing cost was? Type in the chat what you think my closing cost was. What do you think it was? Guess, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? Well, in Florida, there's transfer tax, so it'd been a little more. In Indiana, there's no transfer tax. So my closing cost was $800. Yes, you heard that right. $800. So let me ask you this. How many houses can you buy that are worth $180 that you take over the debt of $137 and pay $800 closing costs if you're getting $25,000 down? The answer is all of them. A payment of $832 a month. And our payment didn't start till after the closing, the third month after closing. Sold on a lease option, $189.9. The tenant moved in and gave us $25,000 down. $25,000 down and paid $1,150 a month, which is what,
$318, I think.
$318 a month of net profit. The term was 1 year. I just made 25 grand in a few days. Why? Because of what I know. Because of what you know. This is exactly what you can do. Because of what you're going to learn in our 4 days together and on this training today, that 25 grand changed my world again. How many $25,000 checks do you need every single month to change your world? Can I spend the $25,000? The answer is
yeah, every dime of it.
Every dime of it. You don't have to bring it to closing. You have proof they paid you that, and if and when they go to get a bank loan down the line, then you show proof they paid that to you and they get credit on the HUD of paying that. The answer is, though, it is called non-refundable option deposit. Somebody type in the chat for me, NROD. I call it an NROD. NROD. Are they typing it in the chat? NROD. So the NROD, the non-refundable option deposit, is exactly what it sounds like. Non-refundable. So the moment you get that 25 grand and you sign that lease option paperwork with your attorney and your tenant buyer, that money is yours. to put into a hip national bank. All right. Only time that wouldn't apply is if you had less than 25 grand of equity. Then if for example, you sold the house for 200, you owed 190, there's only 10 grand of equity, and they give you 25, of course, put 15 back to pay down the debt when you resell it. But again, that's so rare. Why? Because we aren't realtors, or even if you are a realtor, you're not using your license to buy the house. There's no 6% commission. There's no of the closing costs you're going to pay, usually for the seller. And then you're going to mark this thing up because people are buying terms. You're going to see after a while, when we're structuring deals, that these terms deals, we commonly mark up to 5 to 10% above retail. 5 to 10% above retail. Why? Because they're buying terms. So make sure you're building up those prices enough so that you are making the profit that you should make. Again, 25 grand we made for a few minutes. Well, that lady was a talker.
Yeah.
That was in our early stages. Aaron and I was actually together on that deal meeting. In fact,
That was probably about a 45-minute segment.
funny story.
Very often.
My normal deal meeting is about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. And when we was doing it in person, I would walk in the house, I would have the purchase agreement, I'd walk around the house. If it's a big house, maybe 15 minutes, answer the seller's questions, and then okay the purchase agreement.
Yeah.
This lady was a talker. Oh my goodness, was she a talker. And I remember Aaron was with me and he stayed in the car. And about 40 minutes into the deal meeting, Aaron knows how I am. And patience isn't exactly my strength. And I get a text, my phone starts buzzing. It goes, "Are you okay?" He was worried I'd been kidnapped, I guess.
Like, is there a basement there? You're like this.
The house did not have a basement. So we were safe. She okayed that purchase agreement. She literally said these words: "You are the answer to my prayer, and I thank God he sent you."
Yeah.
Now I say that because there's a misconception out there that sometimes by some people that at some other time they've seen something they didn't like and believe that investors take advantage of people. That's not what we do, and that's not what we teach. That's not what Ron is about. Ron teaches and shows us how to buy houses in a completely moral, ethical, legal way, always close with attorneys, and when you find the right sellers, you are the answer to their prayer. And I want you to remember that because we get to do good in the world while making these checks. $318 a month for as long as I'm in the deal, which was several years, I might add. Then when we get cashed out, we keep all the cash above the loan payoff. How long does it take to cash out? Well, as Ron would say, I hope never. Why? Because it kills the golden goose. All right? So I'm telling you, there is these deals everywhere. When you really get out there in the market and you start looking for these deals and you start finding motivated sellers and you start finding sellers who are willing, you are the answer to their prayer. They want you're a welcomed guest, not an unwanted pest. You're someone who is offering them a exit. This lady, she had divorced, with her and her husband had parted ways, and she was wanting to move to another part of the state with her daughters, and this house was a burden to her. Yeah. She had painted the walls purple and gold, which was interesting. And so at the time, it wasn't something she wanted to list and sell. Even if she had, she wouldn't have got full retail for it. She'd have probably had to bring money to closing, because by the time she got the discount and then paid realtor fees and then paid for closing costs, and then there was some light cosmetic work needed by the time somebody beat her up on inspections, and she had some unkept animals in the backyard that had tore up the screens. And so while it was a pretty house that really needed no work, it wasn't exactly desirable to the eye as far as on the open market. So after we bought it, we paid a few $100s to hire somebody to go in and clean it and make it look and smell fresh. And the person who gave us $25,000 down actually went in and painted all the walls and covered up the gold and purple. And so then 10 months later, my phone rings. And he says, "Andrew, I found another house that's bigger and I'm moving out." And he said, "Do I get my 25 grand back?" And I said, "I think you know the answer." And he said, "Yes, I do, but I had to check." I said, "I don't blame you for asking. I would have done the same thing." So he moved out, and I might mention that all the profits on this deal, because we owned it for several years, were all profit that was taxed on long-term capital gains. And then somebody else came along, and they had $15,000 down and $1,200 a month, and so we put them in. I believe it was that 15,000
Yep,
down and 1,200
correct.
a month. I don't know if that's in the slides later or
No,
not.
it's not.
These types of deals are 2/3 of the houses that are currently for sale, and they are everywhere.
Yeah.
Why don't they just get a bank loan? So when you go to resell this, I marked the house up. It's worth 180. I put it on for 189.9. Somebody gives me 25 grand down and pays a monthly payment. They move out a few months later. Somebody else gave us $15,000 down. Why don't they just go get a bank loan? The answer is, I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons, though. There's death. There's medical challenges. You know, we've sold houses lease option to people who had good money, good income, and used to have good credit, but they had some medical emergency and some astronomical doctor bill that put a judgment on their credit. So there's all sorts of reasons. 70% of potential home buyers cannot qualify for a loan unless they buy from you. So think about that. Even as mortgage terms lighten up a little bit, it is a very strenuous process. It's a very tough process for a lot of people to get through to buy these houses. And we can help them. Not only do we accept the money up front as a non-refundable option deposit, they're paying us a monthly rental payment. We put them in touch with local lenders. In our business, you don't have to or you can. That's up to you. In our business, we put them in touch with local lenders and we show them how to get qualified. It's up to them if they choose to get qualified or they don't. But in the beginning, most of them can't qualify because divorce. Some of them are just actually making great money. They are self-employed and they need another year of tax returns. In fact, you want to offer a little insight into that?
Yeah. So as far as that goes, as Andrew already mentioned, we have a vast range of people that just need some time for their getting qualified. And we do work with a lot of people that are self-employed, and they'll maybe have taken a lot of write-offs, right? And so they're showing not really good on their taxes, and they just need that extra time to, to change that on their next year, right? And work with a lender and their CPA to make sure they have things buttoned up. And also the other thing that is beautiful with what we do is, with us being able to track their monthly payments, their monthly rental payments, that working with the local lenders, especially, that goes a long way. We send that proof as well. And so, our goal is to get people on the path to home ownership. And at the end of the day, what they do with that is up to them. But that's our goal at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And so regardless of what their challenge is, if they have a nice chunk of money to put down, we can usually work with them. We're looking for money down to be able to remove our risk, not good credit. We sell, most of our buyers have a credit challenge. That's why they're willing to buy and pay above retail rates because they're buying time. 32% of applicants with less than perfect credit were denied mortgages in 2019. And that's a lot of applicants. That's a whole lot of them. In fact, I just seen some numbers come out on Wells Fargo, and the numbers overall was actually even a little higher in 2021 of applicants turned down. And so again, those are the people that we are working with. They have money down. And also think about it. If you're buying a $2 million house and you own this house on terms, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. As Ron always says, the more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. And I've dabbled in the low-end houses for many years, bought hundreds of them, and made good money on them, and still do. And with Ron's nudging, I finally found a deal in Florida that's worth $2.2 million that we bought on terms, bought on owner finance. And so we did have to put a down payment down on that one. What do we have to put down on that one, Aaron?
I want to say what, like 17,000?
17,000.
18, 17,000.
17 and a half, 17,500. So we had to put a little down. So how many of you, though, if you was buying a $2.2 million house and buying it on owner financing for less than half of that, would be able to come up with $17,500. If you could, type in the chat, oh yeah. If you can't, you can find a partner who would. Shoot, a partner with you. When you come and spend 4 days with us, we'll show you how to do that. So type in the chat, oh yeah, if you want one of those deals. And so think about it. We can lease option this property to somebody who wants a house like this. If they go buy a house for $2.2 million, they're going to need $440,000 down. That's to go to the bank and have good credit and get a loan. They're going to need $440,000 down. We would be willing to potentially take somebody who had less than perfect credit, or maybe even somebody who had less than $440,000 down. Now, how many $17,500 checks could you or you find a partner to write if it returned $250,000 in a few days or a few weeks? Are you getting this picture? Type in the chat, oh yeah. Good stuff. Are they typing, Nick? Good, good. All right. So as we do this, again, this is what I want for you guys, to pour gas on your already thriving real estate business or to start a brand new business. Even if you say, man, real estate ain't really my passion, I just wanted to see about making an extra side income, cool. Then make it a side income. Do an extra 5 deals in the next year on average. In my terms deals, well, I shouldn't say my time because it's our team's time really now, but even all of our team's time combined, probably generous would be 10 hours per deal that we have in a deal. So could you spend 10 hours 5 times this year to get 5 deals? If your average profit, like mine, is $38,000, 5 times 38,000, do the math. So how many of those do you need to make that side income, even if this isn't your passion? Remember, it comes down to 3 basic things. Get leads, which is done for you. Follow up, which is scripted for you on a 5-minute phone call. And then get the contract, which you have the contract in the Gold Club, and you will see filled out examples in there as well, and we'll take you through exactly how to fill that out when we're together in person as well. So be thinking about this. This is a business, whether you want to do it part-time or full-time, to add, as I mentioned, commonly 5 and even 6 figures a month to your income. So be thinking about that. Buy on terms, sell on terms, and be the bank. That is your whole objective with this business. Again, yes, it's good to have the tool in your tool belt to know when you get a good deal and you want to get a quick 20 and you wholesale it. Nothing wrong with that. To build your true wealth, to not get absolutely beat up on taxes, to grow your cash flow, to make it where whether or not you show up and make phone calls, the checks keep rolling in, you have one thing you have to do. Buy on terms, sell on terms, and be the bank. That's it. So how many $25,000 paychecks do you need to be out of work? Only you know that answer. How we doing on time, Nick? Good. So for some of you, maybe that answer is $100,000 a year. 4 deals a year put you out of work. Maybe for some of you, it's like I was when I started. Never made over 30 grand in an entire year before. When I got more than twice that on a single deal, my mind was blown. I literally thinking I'm not worthy, thinking the police were going to come and take me away. What did I do wrong? And I'm telling you, it's there. How many of these do you need to put you out of work? Maybe the answer is 2. Maybe you make strong income, several $100,000 a year. Shoot, I've got people I know that make 7 figures a year and they just want to add another 6 or 7. So regardless of where you are on this spectrum, this is a business that is for you. How many $25,000 paychecks is your goal? In fact, you should write that down right now. Written goals are the key. We talked about mindset in the beginning of this. To shift your mindset, take a notepad, take a fresh sheet. For those of you taking notes, and I recommend that be all of you, take a fresh sheet. Whatever that number is, if it's $25,000 paychecks and it's 4 of them to put you out of work, if it's 6, whatever that number is, write it just like this. I bought 4 houses by your date, by September 1st, 2022. Then, after that, right, I received 4 $25,000 checks by September 1st, 2022. Is that all right? So make sure you are writing this down. It makes it real. Yes. I was reviewing recently my goals, my goal sheet from one of the very early events I attended. I met Ron Legrand. I heard a radio ad. It was April of 2014, or excuse me, it was February of 2014 when I heard the ad. I was listening to talk radio, and Ron Legrand, the voice many of you know, comes on and goes, are you interested in buying houses with no money or no credit? I've been teaching people how to do this for whatever it was at the time, 32 years, and I'll show you how. Call me today to get the free book and CD. And I was just moved here not too long ago, and I found that original book and CD that Ron Legrand had sent me. And it was so cool looking back. And then in April 2014, my world changed. We're together for those 4 days and actually brought my lead sheets and called my deals and negotiated my deal that I went home and got a contract on and got a check on. And it made it so real. And so November rolls around, and I finally allowed, my mental processes allowed me to actually start dreaming big, because when I met Ron in April of 14, I wasn't even in a mindset to dream big. You know, I'd have been happy with $1,000. Like I was not in a mindset to dream big. November 2014, when I wrote out my goal sheet in one of the classes that Ron had, I found it recently, and I had wrote that I made $1 million in cash and equity within the next 12 months. And I wrote down the number of deals and all of these things. Every one of those goals, I had either right near met or I had exceeded. Now, I want you to picture this with me. 22, November 2014, 22-year-old Andrew now, sitting there, never made over 30 grand in a year, had just completed his first few deals, and now is writing down the goal, I am going to make $1 million in the next 12 months. That was stupid talk. There was no way that was going to happen. Who believes this 22-year-old kid's going to actually do that? Yet I went out and I done exactly what I'm showing you here today. And that is, I got leads, I followed up, I screwed up a bunch of deals. I probably should have bought 75 or 100, but I screwed up a bunch of them. But there was exactly 50 that I didn't screw up too bad, and they actually made it across the finish line. So how many $318 monthly checks do you need until you can let your boss know that you're out? Maybe you love your job and you want to continue doing it. Many of you, though, I know where you are, and you would like to replace that income and get the heck out of there, and I don't blame you. So $318 a month coming in every single month before you even start working, not to mention the debt pay down and all the other benefits that comes along with that monthly residual. But Andrew, what if the seller wants full price? What are we going to do, Aaron?
We're going to give it to them if it's the right terms.
So what if the house is worth 700, you pay 700, and it's nothing down, and it's $2,000 a month? That math still works, right? So it's all about the terms. Now, yes, we usually beat the seller up a little bit on the price, and that's good. But I'm going to give you an example here of this deal in Oregon. Contingent on finding the buyer, they was asking $699, and the student contracted this and did not agree to consummate this lease option until that they found the buyer, which is something you can do. It's another way of assigning a contract. $7,000 lease option deposit. The lease option price was $744,000. The student put down $7 grand at $699. The buyer put down $50,000 to the seller, to the student. So out of that $50,000, that's where the student gets the $7, right? The $7 to go to the actual seller. She nets $43,000, and she's out. All right, so I'm going to go over that again. The seller is asking full price, $699. Just because the student was willing to negotiate the deal and actually had the guts to go get a contract signed and agree when she found her buyer, she would give the seller $7,000. She found the buyer willing to pay her $744, give her $50,000 down. She passed along 7 of it, pocketed 43. She was out. So here's a check for $42,000, assuming the other $1,000 was in a separate check. It usually is. But $43,000 net profit. Now, how many of you would be willing to call a seller who's asking full price, negotiate a deal, take 10 minutes to prepare a contract and send it out, talk to a handful of buyers to get a check for $43,000? I'd be willing to do that. What about you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And those are the details that it takes to get to that big picture.
That's exactly what it takes.
Those daily, weekly commitments.
And consistency, guys. Consistency is key. I've seen students who got excited about the business and made 50 calls in a week and then didn't make a call for 6 weeks. And I would rather you make 10 calls a week or 20 calls a week and do it consistently, because consistency is where it paid off. You know, when I started out, I was doing bandit signs, and I would put out bandit signs every single Friday night. And I remember Friday nights, I would go out and put out 25 to 50 bandit signs, and I wouldn't get a single call. And I was so frustrated because I was sitting there checking my Pat Live, looking to see if anybody had called in, and nothing had called in. And I was, what a waste of time. This sign stuff don't work anymore. But I kept doing it. And every few weeks, I would get 2 and 3 and 4 calls, and I would buy a house. Before long, the snowball began to happen. In fact, it was funny. I would go to buy a house, and they would say, "You're the guy with the yellow signs with the ugly handwritten lettering on it, ain't you?" I say, "Yes, I am." They said, "That's unlike any other sign I've seen around here." I said, "I didn't know it was going to be branded by my bandit signs, but okay." So when you're doing this, you're negotiating the full price. You're negotiating the lease option. You agreed to give the seller a check whenever you get paid. Your buyer pays you. This is assignments of contracts and terms, called acts. But Andrew, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. I was there.
Yeah.
I absolutely was there.
Absolutely.
I was 21. I was terrified on the phone. So what if they say yes? Then I got to send them a contract. And so I was scared. I was scared of failure, and I was scared of success. I just didn't know I was scared of success. So Ron's fixed that for us too. He's got a script to call back the for sale by owner. "Hi, Bill. This is Andrew, and I'm calling about the house you discussed with my assistant. Do you have a minute?" "All right, Bill. My job is to set an appointment for my boss who writes the checks. I have a couple more questions to verify that she should come by. I've got all the facts here, and you indicated you'd entertain taking monthly payments if we can agree on price and terms. Is that correct?" They say yes. Then you're going to go, "Okay, what's the least you could accept on a price if we can agree on terms?" And then you're supposed to not say anymore. Don't read "shut up" to the seller. And then, depending on what they say, of course, no matter what they say, we're going to say, "Is that the best you can do?" We usually buy with nothing down. Okay? What do they say, Aaron?
Well, they should say okay, or that works for me. That's what we get a lot more times than you would expect.
What if they don't?
If they don't, then you ask them what the lease they'll take.
Cool. So shall we do a role play?
Let's do it.
All right. So usually we buy with nothing down, Aaron. Okay?
Okay.
That's usually the way it goes. All right. Now let's go the other way. Usually we buy with nothing down, Aaron.
Ooh.
Okay?
I'm not comfortable with that. I would like to see a little bit of skin in the game, or know that I'm going to be protected.
Got it. Usually we buy with nothing down. I pay all closing. That's some skin in the game right there.
Okay.
And I'm not a realtor, so there's no 6% commissions or fees. So knowing that, I assume you'd be okay with me buying with nothing down?
Yeah, I guess so.
Awesome. We rotate back like that.
Mhm.
Now, lastly, if they have a number, they need
Yeah.
8,200 to move. Then I'm going to ask them what's the least you'll take, and sometimes we do write them a little something down. Again, don't get hung up on the dimes and miss the dollars. If you need a partner, find somebody to write the check for you. Do like the student example and find the buyer and take the non-refundable option deposit. Use that to put the down payment down. You'll figure that part out, so don't get hung up on the details. Remember, you have a job to do 3 things: get contracts, follow up, get leads, follow up, and get contracts. That is all there is to this business. Then you find buyers. But Andrew, I hate making phone calls. You're not the only one. I remember like it was yesterday when I started out. And I also dreaded the phone calls. In fact, Aaron was my accountability partner. Even before he was my partner in the business, I would text him and I would say, Aaron, I'm going to, because we've known each other all of our lives. I would text him.
I've known him all of his life.
And so I would text him and I would say, I'm going to be calling. I have 3 leads. I'm going to be calling them tonight. And I done that for 2 reasons. Number one, he might ask me tonight or tomorrow, how did those leads go? Regardless of whether he did ask me or not, or whether he was even paying attention, I just committed out loud that I was going to do it. And so now I knew I had to do it. And so I would require myself do it. In fact, I started this statement when I would go to get on the phone because I was so scared. My heart rate would speed up. Just didn't know what to do. And I'm going, what if they answer? So I would start saying this. I would sit down and I would say, this is going to be a great call. I'm probably going to make a lot of money on this call. And by the time I'm done doing that, I'd be smiling.
Yeah.
Well, guess what happens when you're smiling? You're in a good mood. And then the seller answers and my call started going a lot better. All because of the self-talk. Write this down. Self-talk matters. Type it in the chat. Self-talk matters. All right? So what you're telling yourself, that what's going on in your brain when you're sitting down to do that call is commonly the only thing that sabotages you from doing these nothing down deals. And students come to me all the time and go, Andrew, they all want cash and all retail. I say, I get it. So do my sellers. We ask the right questions. Write this down. Type it in the chat. Ask the right questions. When you type that in the chat, ask the right questions. I want you to remember that. You're going to want to remember that later. When you get on the phone, ask the right questions. The seller goes, well, what can you afford to put down on my house? Remember, ask the right questions. Well, usually we buy with nothing down. If we were to put a little something down, what's the least you could take? Ask the right questions. And here's you a nugget. You want to write this one down. When talking to the seller and they say, what can you afford for the monthly payment? And I ask them, what's the least you'll take? If they give you some stupid number on down payment or monthly payment, my response is this: the house does not afford that. Now I just took all pressure off of you. No longer them interviewing and interrogating you to see if you've got the money to pay for their house. It's all, because that's what it is. Even if you got $10 million in the bank, you don't want to overpay for a house. That'd be stupid. So again, be looking at that. Make sure you put a point back on the house. Ask the right questions. So if you hate doing phone calls, what are you going to do? Get someone else to do it for you. $12 an hour, 5 to 10 hours a week, and the virtual assistant sends you property information sheets. I've done this with virtual assistants. We still use the Ron Legrand's virtual assistants to this day. I also now have someone in the office, and it's pretty cool. Every single week, I'm getting dozens of filled out lead sheets passed over to now my acquisitionist, because I have a team and my acquisitionist does most of these. But ultimately to me or my acquisitionist, and they're filled out lead sheets. And I have one job to do. Let's get on the phone with them and determine if we have a deal or not. If you visit 2 to 3 houses per month and get a simple 2-page agreement signed at a house, how many of those can you do if it means netting you a $25,000 upfront payday or even bigger? If you're in a higher priced area, it should be much bigger. If you're in the cheaper areas like I am, and 25 grand it is. You are a welcomed guest when you are dealing with motivated sellers who either A, called you, or who the VA reached out to and you called them and built rapport with them and they said they want to do business with you. The seller asked you to come. Big difference. Go ahead.
Remind yourself of that when you go to get on the phone. Andrew talked about the importance of self-talk. And I remind students of this all the time. And shoot, I even use this to this day. Remember, they want you to talk to them. They want you to buy their house. And exactly what is said here, you are a welcome guest.
Absolutely. The seller asked you to come, and that's
Yeah.
why you're there.
Yeah.
And type it in the chat. He who asks questions controls the conversation.
Yeah.
He who asks questions controls the conversation. That's so important because in the beginning, I remember I was 21. It was my second ever pretty house deal, terms deal. I had went to buy the first one, and it went perfectly. I went out there, I dressed up, I had me a suit on. I wanted to compensate for the fact that I was 21 years old, didn't know what the heck I was doing. And so I pulled up in my 2011 Acura, and I go in the house, and I walk through, and I get done, and I have the purchase agreement there in my manila folder, like I show you how to do. And I had the authorization to release information. That's all I needed signed. And I get done. It's a $90,000 house, probably now $180,000 in that area, but it was 90 at the time. And I get done, and I walk out, and the seller, Eric, looks at me and goes, well, I have a question. I was like, I knew it. I've been studying my objection answers. He goes, do you want the house? And I wasn't prepared for that. And I said, what, yes, I think we can make that work. And he goes, well, I have one more question. I was like, I knew it. So I'm ready for my objection answers. He's going to ask about the loan staying in his name. He's going to ask about the monthly payment. He's going to ask when it's going to be paid off. He's going to ask. And he goes, how long is it going to take you to close? And I said, typically it takes us 2 to 3 weeks. And that changed my view of how these deals are. Because when you have a seller who wants you there, when you've pre-screened them, you remember, you are the answer to the seller's prayer when you find the right sellers. So your objective is to find these sellers, not try to convince those who don't want to work with you to somehow grant you the grace to work with you. Whack them and move on. So go find the motivated sellers who want you and who need you, and you will be the answer to their prayer. I went out to a house, and it was the second pretty house I was going to do. It was on Concord Avenue in Newburgh, Indiana. And she actually ended up losing the house after this deal meeting because at the deal meeting, she asked questions. And I was young and I was scared. And I did not gain control of the conversation. Mm-hmm. So she interviewed me for 25 minutes. And she chose to lose the house rather than sell it to me because I let her get control of the conversation. So that's, guys, why you've got to make sure you not only have the right training, but you have the right help you need. Because when you're at the house, you need to be able to respond. And again, when you have the pre-screen them and negotiate it and they want you there, it's really quite easy. I bet 90% of the houses I go to, we buy the house if I go in person, which we rarely do anymore. So the seller asked you to come. You're a wanted guest, not an unwelcome pest. The more dollars you wallow in, the more stick to you. That's what I was talking about with the deal in Florida, $2.2 million. So I've made average of $38,000 profit per deal. I think it's actually gone up now. I need to update those numbers. $38,000 profit now for the last several years on an average price range of about $120,000. So cheaper houses, a little less profits. Mm-hmm. Again, wherever you are, you can do this anywhere from anywhere. I bet out of the dozens and dozens of deals we've already done this year, I've probably seen maybe one of them, maybe two, one or two.
Yeah, there's been 2 total that you've been in.
So why? Because I'm doing this virtually. You can sign in a DocuSign and you can email out the contract and you can get any sort of various software and send out the purchase agreement. The only change is when you get to the end of the script, instead of scheduling a time to come and meet them, you schedule a time to see it on a video or pictures, and you get the contract to them virtually. And yes, the $10 earnest money that you have to put up, which is your entire investment that you have at risk, $10, unless it's an expensive house, then you're going to send $100. And you've got to get that to them some way. So figure out how to send that to them electronically. It's a simple agreement. You just send it over and now you have a contract on the house. Let me help you shave 10 years off your learning curve. I might actually change that to say, let me help you shave 30 years off your learning curve. I was 21, guys. I didn't know the first thing about real estate. And then a few months later, I'm buying 50 houses in a year. That is the life-changing opportunity that you're going to have when you come spend 4 days with Ron Legrand. It's Quick Start Real Estate School is a life-changing 4-day event that Ron Legrand, yes, the guru, the godfather himself, still teaches in person. How cool is that? You're going to get it virtual and live. So you can attend online or you can attend it in person or both, just not both at the same time. You'll learn the art of wholesaling. So step by step, we're going to be going through in great detail how to find the proper wholesale deals, how to contract them, and how to flip them and get a minimum of $10,000. In fact, you should never do one for less than that, but commonly, and depending on what part of the country you're in, I'm seeing students get tens of thousands, yeah. $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 wholesale fees. That ought to be illegal, shouldn't it?
Awesome. It's crazy.
It's awesome. The art of wholesaling, you're going to learn the ACT system. We're going to be going through the forms and scripts and agreements. Ron will be showing you how to fill all these out properly and remove anything that you're afraid of. Any of those barriers will be addressed at this Quick Start 4-day school. How to buy pretty houses, take over the debt subject to, and get thousands of dollars in free equity with no cash, no credit, and no costly entanglements. How many of you think that's cool? If you think that's cool, type in the chat, oh yeah. Even if you've got a successful real estate investing business and you've been doing it the traditional way, fix and flipping or refinancing properties, going to the bank and getting a loan, this is just another tool to add to your tool belt. And if you're flat broke like I was when I started and just need to start making some serious money, then here's the opportunity for you to do so. It changed my life, and I want to see it change yours. You're going to learn how to quickly pre-screen free and clear houses, structure owner financing deals to create huge upfront profits and cash flow. In fact, some of the deals I'm going to be showing you later are deals we made a whole lot more than $25,000 on. And in fact, Manchester that I showed you earlier, in the end, we made a whole lot more than that because we got 25 down, 15 down, cash flow, and then somebody finally cashed it out. We're going to be showing you how to find good deals in the hot market with little to no money, and I believe it's closer to 30 methods now, but the slide says 15 different methods. Regardless, countless methods for you to have sellers calling you. We have dozens of sellers calling us every single month, begging us to buy their houses. Then this is the coolest part. This is unlike anything you've ever seen. You bring your own leads. That's what I did. I literally got some leads, brought them to my first Quick Start in April of 2014. And then I got a phone call from a bandit sign while I was there. And I rush into the back to the mentors and says, here, I got a new lead. Will you help me call this? And we called and closed the deal right there. Yeah. That happened to me. And I've seen it happen for many, many students since me, and since having the honor to be a coach over the last several years. We'll coach you before you arrive and prepare you to bring your best prospects so you leave with the most likelihood to get a contract either signed while you're there or leave with a meeting, a deal meeting at the house. We'll be calling them in class and one-on-one with you in the hallway, and then we'll be calling some live from stage. How many of you think that's cool? If you think that's cool that we call them live in front of you, you can't make that up. Type in the chat, that's cool. I think that's pretty awesome. And then you go home with either contracts or appointments. That's our objective. The more deals, the more leads you send in, the more likely it is you're going to leave with deals negotiated. And then we got the deal structuring classes. Ron goes through and analyzes your deals, deals that we call and negotiate on your behalf live in the event. Ron takes them up on stage and analyzes them piece by piece to show projected profits. He also covers asset protection. He goes through entity structuring and tax reduction, how to make sure your wealth is protected and your assets are protected as you begin or grow your portfolio. We also do this video bus trip. Actually, for years, Ron done this in person, and I was on many of those bus trips. as were you.
Yes, we were.
And we would get on a bus and we'd all go out to the houses and look through the houses and put together the renovation budget. Now we get to do it in the comfort of the conference room with the video. But Ron Legrand and Jay Connor on the video doing the walkthrough, and then live and in person on the stage talking about the walkthrough. So that's a pretty cool technique there. You get to see what stuff costs, what you should fix and what you can leave, how to hire and control contractors, and how to get bids. That's a huge lesson right there.
It is.
Getting
It's
bids
important.
is key, and holding contractors accountable is the make or break when it comes to fix and flipping houses. Remember, you don't have to fix and flip houses. This is another tool in your tool belt, though, as to not miss some more $50,000 checks. We're going to go over how to cover market value, how to make sure you're running your comps properly, what you should pay for a house, and the checklist. You get a copy of Ron's checklist of a rehab. That alone is worth its weight in gold. Go over all the exits of the properties and exactly what to do with the property once you get it. You know, we just had a student recently. He had a deal that was going to net him $11,000, but because we was able to help him restructure it, he's projected to make over $50,000 on that same deal, all because we put our brain power into helping him restructure it. That's what I want for you. I'm going to cover how to raise capital, get private money, never miss a deal because of lack of funds for rehabs, or if you want to buy and close on a wholesale rather than just wholesaling it, assigning it, unlimited funding, selling houses fast on autopilot. Boy, I tell you, there's not been ever a better time than to sell houses fast than right now. And a full day devoted to selling Ron's way. And Ron's been doing this for many years, longer than I've been alive. And so he's got a lot of cool ways that he teaches you to sell these houses. And we've implemented multiple of them. And frankly, he gives you so many, you just pick some of them and your houses sell quick. Why we get 10% or more than market value on every single house we sell. That alone is worth the entire tuition you're going to invest to be at this class. 10% more, $200,000 house, that's 20 grand right there that you made just by showing up and changing the price on your house and learning how to get it. How to build a big list of rehab buyers waiting for them to find, for you to find them a house. In other words, have buyers waiting in your houses. We do that today.
Yeah, we do.
Just today, we got a deal that's getting ready to contract. Already got it sold.
Yes.
Already got a buyer who's ready to sign as soon as we get the signed contract back from the seller in a few minutes. So that's happening for us every single week. That's what I want for you. You can bring a guest at no charge. It could be a parent or a child or spouse or significant other, partner or employee. Any additional guests are $500 a piece. And this is the cool part. It's tax deductible. Let Uncle Sam help pay for your training. That alone usually saves you $1,000 or even $1,500. These are the live event dates coming up. I'll give you a moment to screenshot that. Take a picture of that if you can, and then we'll get to the next slide, which is even more dates. These are live: Cherry Hill, Raleigh, Orlando, Vegas, and Jacksonville. And then we got virtual. You can attend again an entire year for free once you have invested for the first round. Then there's monthly conference calls. Oh my goodness, this is crazy awesome.
Yeah.
Once you have come through the weekly, in fact, Aaron and I just hosted one.
Yeah. Monday.
3 days ago, whatever it was. And these are so cool because you can come on and you can ask questions to the mentors who are hosting the call.
Not only can you ask questions, you can submit your leads, and whoever's hosting that, which is going to be one of the mentors, will be able to analyze that deal and help you figure out the strategies you want to structure that.
Absolutely. That is a gold mine.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that, and that can, again, more than pay for the entire investment of your intuition. Okay, Andrew, what's this going to cost me? Well, I must say, if it was $20,000, and it's not, it would be well worth it to me. In 2014, I borrowed the money to get there, and I'd do it again in a heartbeat. It's $59.95 is the normal price, and I'm expecting that You may be thinking that's a lot of money. That's less than half of what your first deal should be, probably more like a third of what your first deal should be, which you should do in the first 30 days, maybe even before you come to the event, with all the help and support you get. So I'm assuming you would like me to lower the price for you. So after talking to Ron, we've got it lower. I'm just kidding. You won't pay anywhere near $59,995 because we have a special deal for you today. All right, there is 3 cash flow systems. You are going to get this for free today only. The Pretty House Term Systems, which is worth its weight in gold, and frankly more than $6,000 worth of value right there. The Wholesaling Houses System and the Rehab and Retailing System. You get all of those for free when you invest in the 4-day training today. The Pretty House Terms rebate. When you do your next Pretty House deal, your first Pretty House deal that makes at least $10,000 in the first 90 days of owning this system, Ron's going to send you a $1,000 check in the mail. Now, you may say, I've heard that before. I've heard somebody else offer the money back. Well, Ron actually does it. Here's a bunch of $1,000 checks that he's been sending out to students who have been completing deals. And here's even more. There's a 180-day helpline, 5 days a week, unlimited calls and emails. That is phenomenal. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, this is so valuable. Imagine you got a deal and you need to have some help on it. And during the week, you can call and just get some advice. So that way you don't have to be like this cat. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Here's a testimonial of the helpline. Claudia says she received this check for $125,000 thanks to the helpline and thanks to the support she got. She was able to close this deal. Don't miss out on that. And again, it's free with the investment in this 4-day training. Free return visits for a year as often as you would like. Wow. And all the live and virtual events, $500 to return after year 1. And better than money back guarantee, 100%, no question asked, money back guarantee for 30 days. How's that? So in other words, if you change your mind, you can get your money back. Again, don't let the dimes stop you from getting to the dollars. Guys, I remember at 21 years old when I was faced with the decision. Global Publishing, Ron Legrand's crew called me. I'd get the free book and CD. I was 21 and I was broke. And I'm sitting there in the truck on the phone with Global Publishing, and they're going, I see you enjoyed that book and CD. Have you read it? I said, I did. I love it. They said, we're having an event coming up. You should come and attend the 4-day event. That's where it started for me, guys. I didn't have the money. I couldn't afford it. And thank God I started calling friends and family members and pulling together some credit cards and come up with the money to do it. And if I had to do it over again, I would do it in a heartbeat. Oh my goodness, I can only imagine where my life would be had I not pulled the trigger to make that decision. I had the doubts rolling through my mind too. And I just decided it was time to make a change. That's where you are. It's time to make a change. Get to the next level. Wherever you are in life, it's time to get to the next level. You may even decide to leave after the second day of the live event. This is just, again, the better than money back guarantee. If you come to 2 days of the event, you say, this isn't for me, catch the staff at the back of the room and let them know and get a 100% refund. Today only, until 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And what time do we have? 1:30. So for the next 2 hours, don't delay. The guys are ready right now to accept your phone calls. So don't delay. $1,200 discount as long as you call before 3:30 today. You'll get $1,200 off before. If you delay, it will cost you $200. So how many of you want to make $200 just by being an action taker? Type in the chat, oh yeah. $200 is still $200. So don't delay, be rewarded. Ron loves to reward the first action takers, the early action takers. So make sure you are in the first 10 because there's some more cool stuff coming. So veterans and first responders, you also get $500 off. If you're a Gold Club member, you use your points for up to half the tuition. So in this case, Kim would have $676 off. If you already own the term system, so let me back up on the Gold Club points. If you have a Gold Club and you are a member, log in and see how many points you got so you can use those. Every point equals $1 for up to half of your tuition. That's pretty cool. If you own the terms, take another $500 off, and if you own terms, take another $1,000 off, and Ron ain't done giving you discounts yet. If you pay in full today, you get $500 additional off. So here's what all that breaks down to after all the discounts we just talked about. And I know I've given you a tremendous amount of bonuses here to think on and to take action on. And so we're going to give you the opportunity to call in, and the sales team is going to be there accepting your calls and accepting any questions you have, answering your questions and helping you get registered. Final answer, $42.95 with this discount prior to $330. If you are a veteran or a first responder, of course, you get additional off and Gold Club points. It means if you have 2,000 Gold Club points, you're going to come for $2,300. That's crazy cheap. With terms discount, $32.95. And again, with all the various discounts available, make sure you are calling in and finding out what discounts are available for you and your Gold Club points. If you need financing and you want to get in with no money, the Vive card lets you get in with nothing down. So that even fit my budget when I was 21 and broke. Nothing down financing, 0% interest for 6 months. So you can apply for the Vive card, get that set up, and be in with no money out of pocket. And so make sure you are one to take action now and change your life. Again, I can only imagine where I would be had I not made that decision to pull the trigger. If you pay in full, you also receive 20 hours of virtual assistant service for free. Another huge opportunity for you to start getting leads, pre-screened, filled out lead sheets in your inbox and start doing deals. That's the whole point of this, guys, is to get you doing deals fast. Now for the first 10 only, I mentioned you want to be one of the first 10, and here's why. 90 days of consulting with Ron Legrand. Yes, you saw that right, and I can't believe he's still doing this, but he is. 90 days of consulting with Ron Legrand for the first 10 people only. And so dial in, reserve your spot. Ron Legrand will sign the certificate, and you'll have the opportunity. Don't confuse this with mentoring. This is the opportunity, though, to send a deal to him, a lead to him, and get his feedback on. And while this is just technically consulting and you can email him your deals, I've known Ron for several years now, and I know him to commonly pick up the phone and hop on and help you do the deal right then and there, because that's just the way Ron Legrand is. 90 days of free consulting with Ron Legrand, today only, first 10 who call in now and reserve your spot. 4-day virtual and live event, 100-day helpline, 180-day helpline. That's what, 4 months? 6 months. That's 6 months of helpline. I mean, goodness, we just want to help you guys get a deal. 90 days of consulting with Ron Legrand for the first 10, monthly conference calls, no risk money back guarantee, $1,000 rebate certificate, $1,200 VIP discount as long as you get locked in before 3:30 p.m., $500 veterans or first responder discount, $1,000 terms discount, and $500 pay in full discount. Take advantage of this opportunity, guys. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't let it pass you by. Trying to save money and not getting professionally trained is like trying to skip high school to get to college. It doesn't work, because you got to know what you don't know to get to where you need to go. That rhymed.
I like it.
I like that a lot. That's a rider-downer. So this is the most important event that you will attend in your entire life. If you intend to buy and sell houses in any capacity, this is exactly what you need. I've seen people who said, I can do it without training, and 3 years later they come to me, and I've bought, by that time, 100+ houses, and they're on deal number 4. They're like, how did you do it? You know how you thought I was stupid for going to that training? That's how I did it. This is the most important event. Make sure you don't miss it. Andrew, I've spent money on other teachers and still don't have done deals. Well, I've got an answer for you. After several years of in Ron's world, first off, I thank God I found Ron first. Yes. But I've seen the other trainers at other times who maybe didn't keep their commitment or wasn't a fit or whatever that may have been. And I found Ron is one of a kind. And his main objective is to see his students succeed. I'm a living testimonial of a 21-year-old broke kid whose life was transformed to success, all because of what Ron did. And sometimes he kicks me in the seat of the pants. And if you choose to be in his world live, virtually, he can't kick you in the seat of the pants quite as much. And when you come and attend 4 days live with him, he'll help get you going too. And that's what we all need sometimes. And so the best teachers in the world won't help without implementation. And we help you implement. That's what we're here for. There is no person or company better qualified to help you succeed than Ron Legrand and this amazing team. There's several on this team I have the privilege of working with over the last several years, and I'm telling you, the hearts of this crew and this team and Ron Legrand himself is unmatched, and I'm grateful for that. Here's Todd and Alicia's check they got for $3,000. Here's John for $37,513. You can see all the details on there. They broke it down. For sake of time, we're not going to go down through every line item. Here's Dan, got a check for $30,000 after he attended Quick Start in New Jersey. Here's Jeffrey, got one for $6,500. Here's Michael, $32,000, $32,064.52 net. Chad and John, $40,000, $800. Kyle and Camille, $24,557.52. Wow. Guys, and the checks keep on going. Here's Sophia, $25,490. Here's Heidi, $50,400. Again, how many of these do you need to justify the measly cost, the investment you're going to have to make today to get to 4 days live with Ron and change your life forever? How many $50,000 checks do you need to replace the $4,000 or $5,000 you spend to get to the event? The answer is about 10% of one. All right, so don't let the dimes get in the way of the real dollars. After the break, we're going to come back and we're going to be talking about what to offer and how to know what sellers will take terms and who will take terms and what questions to ask, how I get to sellers and how I get to buyers. We're going to talk about your job replacement plan. How many of you are looking forward to that plan? If you are, type in the chat, oh yeah. Getting automated, my favorite topic of all. How to replace yourself in the business so that you can run the business and not the other way around. So come to Papa Ron, dial the number on your screen right now. Don't delay. The first 10 get 90 days of consulting with Ron for free, plus all the other thousands of dollars of bonuses I just told you about. You're going to get in with huge discounts. Only you know and the coaches know what that discount is. Once they add up, your veterans and first responders discounts and your fast action takers bonus and your VIP discount and your Gold Club points and all the other qualifications you may have. So don't delay. Dial now the number you see on your screen, 800-567-6128, and I'll see you on the other side of this break. Call now.
All right, we're going to play a quick video too from some of our students about our Quick Start Real Estate School.
Perfect.
And then we'll take we'll do 10-minute break after that, and then we'll see you guys back here in about 17-ish minutes.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all. And then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information, it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, you know, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor, so I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, you know? I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money. And if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know?
Just do it. Just do it.
Quick Start Real Estate School is our staple event. It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, the afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us. A friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on all right, what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. I have Brian and Annette Wolf come in. They talk about what to say and how to say it and help people with their scripts in their language. But more importantly, they're out there calling deals all day, every day, and they're helping me coordinate all of these deal structuring events that we do along the way. This is a couple that actually does the business and does it at a high pace in their city in Phoenix, Arizona. And I've been working with them for the past 17 years when they came into Planet Ron. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs. But he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business. And both of them have been with me long term as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live. And they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business. Because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, And I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me. And as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy.
Welcome back. We've got some questions, I believe, we want to answer for you all before we delve back into to this next segment. So, Nick, do you have those questions?
I do. All right. Starting with Bill. Bill says that he sent in some property information sheets this morning to his VA support. Is there any chance that they can still be processed? Bill, we did get those, and we are processing those as we speak. And I think they did get some deals out of those. I don't know if yours was one of them, but you'll get an email from Debbie if you were one of the leads that got turned into a deal. If you don't get an email from Debbie, that means that they called your lead and either weren't able to get a hold of it, or they did get in touch with it and it wasn't a deal.
Sweet.
All right. Will there be a recording available? We will have a recording of this up for not forever, but it will be up for a little while. Probably, I would guess, around a week. So if you'd like to rewatch it, you can. But make sure you stay on live with us. Don't skip out on this just because there's going to be a recording available. John says, I'm in Texas and I can't get a straight answer about lease options in my state. Can I do them here or not? And if so, how much of a non-refundable deposit can I take up front?
So you want to take that one?
Go ahead.
All right. So in Texas, you can lease option. I'm not an attorney. If I was, I wouldn't practice in all 50 states. So definitely consult with your real estate attorney. If you own the property, you can lease option it. For many years, though, Ron has taught us to just simply buy on owner financing in Texas and resell on owner financing in Texas. And recently, a Texas attorney had brought it to Ron's attention that we can lease option in Texas so long as we own the property. That's definitely something you want to confirm with your attorney. And again, John, don't let that stop you from getting a deal. Get a contract on a deal and get it to the closing table. Anything you mess up between the guidance at the 4 days you're going to be attending with Ron live and your attorney, you'll get it across the finish line just fine. And as far as a non-refundable option or down payment, as much as the seller has. We always ask, what's the most you can put down in your new home? And we get whatever it is that they have. We've gotten as much as 50%, and we've gotten as little as 5 or 6%, depending on the person. But that's the question you always want to start with. What's the most you can put down?
Yeah, last I heard from Ron was, he says you can do it there, but I think there's some limit of like 6 months is like the maximum term.
Yep.
When you're selling on lease option and collecting an option deposit. So he really, you're kind of setting the buyer up for failure there. So he really recommends that you just buy on owner financing and sell on owner financing and take that upfront money in the form of a down payment instead of an option deposit.
Absolutely.
Eliza says, how do you find leads? I think she may have asked this question before we got to that section of the slides, but maybe you could recap that.
Yeah, so briefly, we find leads by 2 ways. Number one, having virtual assistants outbound call for sell by owners from Facebook Marketplace, Facebook groups, Zillow, Craigslist, and other for sell by owner sites. The other way we find leads in motivated sellers is by getting them to attracting them to call us. So perhaps we buy a list and do a mailing. Perhaps we buy leads online, Google ads and Facebook ads. And also we do sometimes cold calling. So we have a virtual assistant who dials lists for us of divorced and inheriteds and tired landlords and things of that nature. So many different strategies. Again, in the early stages, pick at least 3 ways and use those. For me, that was bandit signs, business cards, and outbound calls to online postings when I started.
All right. Jason says, how do we change? I have a VA and I can't hear the calls or see what they're saying. The VAs on the Gold Club don't really pre-qualify effectively. How do we go about this? So first, do you have a response on that of the VAs on Gold Club don't really qualify effectively?
Yeah. You want to take that one?
Well, based on the numbers, once again, it comes down to the numbers in that situation. And so when you're saying that they're not qualifying effectively, first off, look at what type of leads you are working with and sending to your VAs or having your VAs to source, because it is a numbers game. If you're doing outbound calls, you're going to be calling many more before you see a yes lead. But we've seen it anywhere from 75 all the way up to 150 leads called before you had 2 or 3 good yes leads to call. So I would check that first and foremost on that aspect.
I just add to that. You personally, when I started, not only did I feel I couldn't afford a VA, once I did get one, I thought, well, they've asked questions and I call the person back and I could have more effectively pre-screened them. And the answer is you're right. You could more effectively pre-screen them, but how many calls are you truly going to make a day? I can more effectively pre-screen 10 people a day. They can effectively pre-screen 100. Although they might not do quite as good of a job as I would have, I still have a life, and I get to call the 10 that are actually qualified to talk to me and buy a house rather than the 100 who ruin my day and put me in a bad mood. So ultimately, you're going to get a lot more deals by delegating, and work with the VAs as if there's a common challenge that keeps happening, address it, request, call them and ask them about it. Again, these VAs are highly qualified and trained to do a good job. And, I guess as entrepreneurs, I can tend to be a little bit of a control freak in my business. And it took me a long time to get okay with the fact I was paying a VA and I was no longer in full control of that process. And that's ultimately what it comes down to, Jason, because the VAs aren't going to do everything perfect all the time. But looking at the numbers, how many more deals are you going to get by actually having pre-screened leads versus not?
All right, Liza says, is there a fee to use them if you have the Gold Club membership? So I think she's asking about the VAs. And there is a $500 setup fee. Unless you're in our mentoring or our coaching program, or you're in our master's program that Andrew talked a little bit about earlier, then we waive that fee for you. But yeah, it's $500 fee to get set up, and if you're a Gold Club member, it's still $59 a month, and you just get charged that one time, $59 a month, and you don't have to have anything extra there. But yeah, then you get those 20 free hours if you sign up today and pay in full.
Absolutely. And it's a minor hourly fee even after the 20 free hours. Again, take advantage of that. Get to the 4 days, get the free 20 hours of VA service, get you however many leads that gets you, and get you a deal. And then pay them for a bunch more hours and keep getting deals. That's the whole objective of what we're doing here. It's just getting that ball rolling. Get the snowball started. Once that snowball starts, it never quits.
Velda says, what is the best company to locate a virtual assistant? I researched Upwork. Can you recommend a reasonable price competitor? Also, what is considered an average acceptable pay one should expect to pay the VA? Well, I can tell you what our VAs cost. Our VAs are a little bit more expensive than what you might pay somebody over in the Philippines. The advantage to that, though, is that our VAs work here in our office and are trained by us, so you don't have to spend any time training. There's really no downtime. If one of our VAs leaves for another job or something like that, then we've got several backup VAs there that are going to handle it. When you hire our VA service, you actually get a team of VAs. Many of them work right here in our office. Some are remote, and a few of our VAs are overseas that do kind of the grunt work, like sourcing leads and stuff like that, where you don't have to have where you're not communicating with somebody on the phone. But we have our VAs here, and you get a whole team of VAs with us. So yeah, you can go and find maybe through Upwork or one of those services a VA for $9 an hour or something like that. But you're probably going to be paying a lot more because one, you're paying them by the hour. You're paying our VAs by the minute that they're working on your account. So if they're only on your account for 15 minutes that day, making a quick update or making a quick phone call on a lead that you got, then that's all you're paying for. You're not paying for a full hour like you probably are with some of the other VA services.
And I want to interject in there, Nick. Sometimes in this case, you do get what you pay for. And I've been involved with and worked with other people that have had VAs in other avenues that maybe aren't cheaper. But at the same time, you have a learning curve and there's a lot of obstacles. With Ron's VAs, what you get is exactly what you need for this business. And they're highly trained, and a lot of time and effort and management is put into that. And if you have any issues, all you have to do is call and communicate with Ron's team. And they will listen, and they're very intuitive, and will work with you to make sure you're getting the maximized results that you can get.
All right, Greg says, how do I locate and how do I qualify a tenant buyer?
That's a good question, Greg. So no matter what market it is, it's easy to sell a house if you make it easy for the buyer to buy. And we put out bandit signs in the yard, says rent to own your own beautiful home. We put out arrow signs going up to the house. If you're doing this virtually and it's in another state, find somebody to do it for a few bucks locally from the local RIA in the area of which the house is. We post on Facebook Marketplace. It's not unusual for us to get 70 to 80 messages in the first 24 hours of posting a rent-to-own home on a Facebook Marketplace. We post in the local Facebook groups. We post on Zillow. We post on Craigslist. Now, there's a bunch of other ways when you attend the 4 days live with Ron that you're going to learn a whole host of ways to get buyers calling you. What I just mentioned to you right there is enough to get you more buyers than you'll ever need.
All right. Tom says, do you work with realtors? And I don't know if Tom is asking if we accept realtors as students or if our student investors work with realtors to buy and sell properties.
Well,
So
let
let's answer both of those questions.
Let the realtor answer that question.
The answer to both of those questions is absolutely. If you're a realtor, this is going to be another tool in your tool belt. If that's the question you're asking, whether you should go to Quick Start as an agent or as a realtor, the answer is absolutely. As far as do we work with realtors from an investor perspective, that answer is absolutely as well. They bring us deals all the time. We also work with realtors even with terms deals. When we're buying terms houses, it's not as often, but we do work with realtors, and we have some in our area that will bring us deals that doesn't make sense to put on the market. So what I would say is build a relationship with realtors. They're a great resource in many ways.
All right. Liza says, how do you check how many Gold Club member points you have? Well, the answer to that is either log into your Gold Club membership website, that's at ronsgoldclub.com, or just give our course advisors a call and they can look it up for you. John, could you pop that number back up while we're going through these questions? All right, it's going to cover it up when I go to this next question, but I'll remove the questions in between so you can see the phone number. Helen says, we are already in Quick Start School. We are here for the live deal structuring. We never get tired of it. I love it. And that's a good point.
Good to see you, Helen. I remember you.
All right, John again says, Gold Club says there's a $500 setup fee for the VA service. If we get the 20 hours of VA service, is the $500 setup fee waived? No, it is not, unless you're in our mentoring program. And I've actually seen a couple questions about that. So maybe if we have time after the training, if we have time before deal structuring, we can talk a little bit about our mentoring program too, and how you can get that $500 setup fee waived.
Awesome. Because we like free.
We do.
Yes.
Michael says, where do you get an inheritance and divorce leads?
There's several ways places to get them. You want to answer that one?
Go ahead.
There's several places to get them. Ron's, it just escaped me, Nick. What's Ron's list?
Melissa Data is one that we like to pull from. We do have a service called Ron's. Yeah, RonsDealFinder.com.
RonsDealFinder.com has been one of our favorite list sources for the last several months. RonsDealFinder.com. There's a small monthly fee associated with that. Definitely check that out. You can use Melissa Data. I've used that one some over the years. There's several other sources. You can just Google lists and they'll bring them up. And I could probably give you a dozen or more, but Ron's Deal Finder has been our most successful quality list so far.
Yeah, the cool thing about Ron's Deal Finder is you can overlay data. So not only can you pull a list of all people who have inherited properties or recently been divorced, but you can overlay that with other data in the system that indicate that they're more likely to sell or more likely to sell to an investor on terms. So
nice.
It's a really cool system. That's ronsdealfinder.com. All right, Liza asks, can you attend virtual and then live?
Yes, absolutely. So get your space locked in today. I don't know if the 10 spots are already full or not, but get your space locked in now. You can attend virtually whenever you can, and then for the next year, attend virtually and live as much as you want for free.
Michael asks if you can please define an inheritance lead.
Means a property that the owner, deceased usually, passed away, and the people who were going to inherit the property are left in control, perhaps the kids or whoever, and they're wanting to be done with the property. The reason I love those properties is because it's a win-win-win. Usually they're dated houses, but not in horrible shape, and so we usually can get a good deal and commonly get terms.
All right, Eric says, if you've already been to Quick Start virtual event and want to go to a live event after your year passed, what is the current price?
$500 to go back again.
Dane says, at the time you go to a seller's house to discuss terms, do you make an offer price or do you stay with the price you got over the phone?
Remember, Dane, I said ask questions. So make sure you are doing just that. When I get to the house, I'm always going to try to get a little better price. So I'm going to ask, what's the least you'll take on price? Is that the best you can do? We're just going to follow up with that. And then I follow up commonly with this question. Perhaps they're asking $400. I say, what's the least you'll take? They go $390. And I say, is that the best you can do? They go $385. And I will commonly have a little laugh with them. And I'll say, so you're telling me that you're ready to move forward for $380? And almost every time they say yes. I just have fun with it. You have fun with it, they're going to say yes.
All right. Helen says, the PI sheet has mortgage rate, but my VA has never put a number there. Got 320 leads processed. Can you give feedback to Ron? Well, we could probably address that. If you're ever, first of all, if you ever think that you're having any issue with your VA, make sure that you call Pam or Jasmine, our VA directors. They can probably shed some light on that. But typically, it can be difficult to get that mortgage information. For some reason, people just feel funny about giving that information out. There are some objection scripts that our VAs do use, but a lot of times they just feel more comfortable talking to the actual investor, before they'll give that information out. The Wolves even have, they'll be talking during our Quick Start school. They've got some nice objection handlers in their scripts. It's really just a way of talking to them to where they give it out where it's, it just doesn't seem like a big deal. Like, I think they say something along the lines of, well, we're going to be taking over your monthly payment and we're going to be making that payment for a while. So about what do you think that that is? And that kind of lowers that defense and they're more apt to give it.
And ultimately, as long as you know what that mortgage is and that monthly payment is, of course, countless of them without, until I've seen the mortgage statement, got to closing, knowing what the rate is. So as long as the payment makes sense, it's a good deal.
All right, next question is, can anyone refer an investor-friendly attorney in Florida who can review my contracts? We actually do have several Florida certified attorneys on the Gold Club website. Just search for certified deal-making attorneys on Gold Club, and you'll see the list there. We have a couple in Florida. And if they're in any of the states, you can see that they'll work in the entire state. All right, I'm trying to get to the next question here. I ran out of the ones that I starred, so now I'm trying to pull up the ones that have come in.
Awesome.
Dang says, Nick, since all calls should go to Pat Live to track which media works, both sellers and tenant buyers, how are leads forwarded to the VA service? So when we haven't really talked too much about Pat Live, but if you're doing any type of marketing where you need sellers to call you, we recommend that you direct those to Pat Live. That way, Pat Live is, they're 24 hours. They're always on. They're not driving somewhere. They're not dealing with their kids or whatever, like the things that you might be dealing with. So we recommend you drive them there, and then they follow the script and give you the information for the seller. They pretty much ask if you have a house for sale first, because you'll find you get a lot of calls of people just calling to tell you from your marketing that they don't have a house for sale for some reason. They want to call and tell you that. So you kind of weed out all those calls. So how do those get to the VA service? Well, typically Pat Live will email you all of your leads, and then you can forward those to your VA service. We also have ways to automate that process to where you can use our dream system, which is all the marketing automation that Andrew and Aaron have been talking about today, to where Pat Live will just fill out a form for you, and it will go directly into your contact management system and be triggered to have your VA call it automatically. So if you want that and you already have our dream system, or you want our dream system, go ahead and call into the course advisor, and they can tell you how to get involved with that. And like I said, if you already have it, then just call your VA and they can get you set up with that. Dang again, question 2. Do I have access? Sorry, I'm trying to read this. Dang. Am I have to access Pat Live seller list and forward to VA manually? Please explain the concept in detail. Okay, yeah. So that's what I just talked about there. Is owner financing considered wholesaling? My name is Travis.
No, it is not. Owner financing, generally speaking, is where you are going to buy a property either subject to a mortgage, or you are going to buy it free and clear and take over and make payments on it. Your exit strategy at that point, it could be to wholesale the property. But generally speaking, when you buy a property like that, we're going to reference what Ron says about killing the golden goose. You do not want to do that. Generally, it's going to be a pretty house, typically, and then you are going to cash flow that with some type of lease option buyer. So that's generally what we're speaking about when we talk about owner financing.
And again, Travis, if you find a deal that's way below value, contract it, get you a $20,000 check. You have to pay taxes, and you got to deal with it. Of course, when you attend the 4-day event, that will be a 100% write-off, which is good. And what the objective is to get these owner financing deals cash flowing you. You can assign a owner finance or lease option. I don't know why you would in most cases, other than the example we covered earlier today, and that would be considered ACTS.
All right, Jan says, is Melissa Data a website? How do you get the list for inheritance or divorce?
Yeah, Melissa Data is a website. Just Google it. I believe it's melissadata.com. And when you go in there, you can search to find lists and specifically nail down into inheritances, divorces, high equity, tired landlords, all sorts of different parts you can choose in there.
Dang, question 3, how does the VA get the seller leads from Pat Live? Okay, again, we covered all 3 of those questions. How do you handle houses that need a little bit of work?
Well, there is, it all depends on what your strategy is and how you are going to purchase it and how you handle that. We buy houses on terms or with owner financing that need some work, and we will sell them work for equity. That's one of our favorite things to do. Your other options is to get a contract and do an assignment on it as a wholesale if the numbers make sense. Or lastly, which is not something I recommend that you can do, and that is renovate it and sell it as well. So those are the 3 options that we do.
If it needs cosmetic and it's livable, sell it on work for equity. Yes. You'll always make the most money over time.
100%.
All right. Last question from Marlene says, how do you pay realtors and others who bring you deals? A certain percentage after you get paid?
Depends on what the deal is. If a realtor brings me a deal like they have today, they're getting a 6% commission from the buyer's side because it's a cash deal. If a seller brings me an owner finance deal, then we agree on what they're going to get and when. Sometimes I'll agree to give them a flat fee. Sometimes I'll agree to give them a certain discounted percentage, or sometimes I'll agree to pay them when I resell the property. And then lastly, if they are the ones bringing a lease option buyer, I give them 25% of the upfront cash brought to the table. Awesome questions. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff.
I want to delve in, if we could get the slides back up. Good stuff. So the biggest question, one of the biggest questions that I commonly get is why would the seller take terms? All right, good question. And I hope you all had an amazing break there. Lots of good questions coming in, so keep them coming. For those of you who mentioned about the mentoring, we will make sure we talk about that before we end this segment and before we get into the live calls with live deals with students this afternoon. So lots of amazing stuff to share with you yet. Why would a seller take terms? And the question is, I don't know, but there's a lot of reasons. Here's a few of them. They need to sell more than they need cash now. Debt relief, stress relief. Commonly, this is something I get all the time. We'll talk to a seller and they say, well, my house is a mess. I'm in the middle of moving. So they pushed away all the other buyers. And my response is, believe me, I've seen much worse. So we're giving them that comfort. Again, ask questions, figure out what the seller needs, and we're solving their challenge. If it doesn't work, no hard feelings. We part as friends. In fact, I use that. I will ask them. I'll say if they have said no to terms, and I start to have a conversation, and that gets down into what I might say a tense discussion, I'll say, well, if it doesn't work for you, no worries. We'll still part as friends. If it does, though, I'd love to see if we can work this out. Yeah. Sometimes they sell to protect their credit. I can't tell you how many people have called us who were going to lose their house on foreclosure and would, to this day, have a foreclosure on their record, except we bought the house and we started making the payments, and now they have that pay history. We don't guarantee that. We don't know that. We just buy the houses, and we make it work out. And again, don't make promises you can't keep. Make sure you only tell them what you will do and can do, and don't make an extra promise you can't keep, and your life will be reasonably stress-free. And people get in troubles when they go personally guaranteeing big debts, over-leveraging houses, paying cash for deals they shouldn't, and overpaying again, and when they make promises they can't keep. So just make sure you're not doing those things. Commonly, we'll buy houses because they need work. The seller wants to be done with it. Has gold and purple paint on the walls. One of them, orange kitchen with chicken wire for the border. Our buyer was thrilled to buy it. The one on Sunset Avenue. Yep. And our buyer was thrilled to buy it as is. We sold it on work for equity without touching it, but the seller needed to sell it. And they would have had to bring money to closing, and we was the answer to their prayer. Remember, when you find the sellers who need to sell, not just want to sell, your job gets really easy. You ask the right questions, you work with those, you're not going to beg, you're not going to plead, you're not going to beg them to sell you their house, you're going to ask them the questions. When it works for them, you're going to buy the house, or when they give you reason to believe you should meet with them, either in person or virtually, you're going to look at the house. And when they don't, and you got to convince and beg and plead, get off the phone, follow up in 4 weeks. Write this down. Time and circumstance changes every seller's mind. The seller gets full value with no commission and a monthly payment until cashed out. Meaning, this is something for you to write down to tell the seller, you will net more by selling to me than any other way. That's a pretty impressive offer, isn't it? You will net more by selling to me than any other way. Why? Because they don't pay 6% commissions. Yeah. You're not going to charge them any commission. You're going to pay the closing usually, and then you're going to make a monthly payment. You're going to pay them more over time. Back to a house I referenced earlier. She wanted $65,000. It was worth $90,000. It was not in great shape. I would have never paid her $65,000 cash for it. Yet I was able to buy it with $1,500 down and $300 a month, all going toward the principal at $65,000. The math worked because I was able to sell it for work for equity for a whole lot more than $300 a month, and a whole lot more than $1,500 up front. So again, do the math, and that seller probably would have got 15 at the time in that current market, 15 or 20 cash offer from an investor, and we paid her 65. So the seller gets full value, no commission, no monthly payments. Is there something you wanted to add to that?
No, that's perfect.
So they're not required to move immediately. We buy the houses as is commonly. We buy it and let the seller stay. We just bought a house in Louisville, we bought it for nothing down, taking over the debt of 237. The house is worth about 255. Not a lot of equity. The payment's about 1100, and the guy wanted to sell to us, even in this hot market, because he wants to stay for 60 more days. So he wants to know that the house is sold and taken care of, and that he can have 60 more days to move. It's simple. We don't start making the payments until the third month after close anyway. So we just bump it out another month, or in this case, 2 more months. Go ahead and own the house and wait to start making payments till they move. That is a win-win. That's a strong proposition for some people who want a hassle-free transition. Be thinking about that. You're adding tremendous value to their life. Yeah. When you find the right people, they need to sell worse than you need to buy. So ask the questions to get the proper answers, decide if you can do business together, whack the ones that you can't, move forward with the ones you can. Also, I tell them you're not required to remove the furniture. There's a new ZTR lawnmower in the garage. I tell them they're not required to move that either. We have a good laugh, and I've negotiated in boats and RVs and car hauling trailers and a 1965 Pontiac GTO a few years ago. So you never know what you're going to get. 75% of the time, you'll simply be covering the underlying mortgage payment. In our business, that's what we almost always do. There's an underlying mortgage payment more than 2/3 of the time. We're agreeing to buy the house for a certain price equal to or greater than the mortgage, and we're sending a monthly payment to their seller's lender directly until we pay it off. How many thinks that's cool? Type in the chat, that's cool. So we buy the house. This one I just mentioned, we're buying in Louisville, $250,000 house, 255, whatever it is, doesn't matter. We're buying it for 237, zero down. The closing costs, because it's Louisville and there's some small transfer tax, it's going to be about $1,500, and payments of $1,100. So we have 3 options, don't we? One, we can sell it outright and get a small paycheck. Definitely don't plan to do. 2, we could lease option it for probably $25,000 to $40,000 down, and get a monthly cash flow of $300 to $400 a month, marking it up to $269.9. Option 3, because of where it's at, we can Airbnb this thing and cash flow the heck out of it. So again, multiple exit strategies. So on the Manchester Court, I mentioned earlier, after repaired value 180, loan 137, payment of 832. I took over the loan and the seller got 0. Because she wanted debt relief. She wanted to be done with the house. There's no cost to the seller. You raise your price to make your profit. You're not taking anything from the seller. In the case a realtor approaches a seller and it's a $250,000 house that they owe $240 on, the realtor needs 6%, and then there's maybe a discount going to be offered, and then inspections and all this stuff. The seller's going to be bringing a check to close. You just mark the price up so you can buy the house, and although you're getting a discount on the price, the seller is still netting more. How many thinks that's cool? No cost to the seller. You charge and make the money off of your buyer. Don't negotiate. Just read the scripts. I know. We got to try to fix it. We got to try to reinvent the wheel. I beg of you, don't do that. I was 21 years old and I just didn't know any better than to do what I was told. And thank God I was young and dumb, because I did what I was told and it worked. I read the scripts. Where do you think I got the wording at 21 years old on my second terms deal? My first terms deal. Well, the way it usually works is we close in 3 to 4 weeks. I got it from Ron Legrand's scripts, and never failed when I would go to a house. I would get off the phone and go to the house back before I started doing it virtually. And they would all the time look at me and go, I thought I was going to meet Andrew. I'd say, I'm here. And they would say, no, I talked to an old guy on the phone. And I would say, what made you think that? He said, well, the way the guy on the phone talked sounded like he'd been doing it for years. And I cannot tell you how many times that I got that. And why? Because I followed the scripts. If I would have went out and tried to negotiate it on my own, I would have fumbled through it and probably screwed up most of the deals, even if I had the knowledge. And I didn't even have the knowledge till I went and spent 4 days live with Ron Legrand. So don't negotiate. Read the scripts and ask questions. Type it in the chat. Ask questions. All right. I know that's more than one time I've had you type that in today, but I want you to get that part. That's very important. The sellers make us the offers. We don't make offers. You're never going to hear me call a seller and say, I've ran my numbers and my offer is $72,000. No, we go, Mr. or Mrs. Seller, what's the least you can take on the purchase price? Ask questions. But Andrew, how many sellers will actually take terms over a cash out? The answer is the minority. But how many do you need to say yes to get you a $50,000 check? And how many $50,000 checks do you need until you surpass your current income? Now that depends on the quality of person calling and the quality of leads that you are calling. I believe the last number I had from Ron's VA floor, 27% of the outbound calls to for sale by owners said yes, they would consider some sort of terms. 27%. Now, I didn't say we was buying 27 out of every 100 calls. Of course not. 27%, though, said they would entertain terms, which is a wide variety of people. Means they would entertain terms, some of them for 50% down, some for extremely motivated and want you to take the house now, and everywhere in between. So 15 to 20% of your leads, last I knew 27%, but again, it's a numbers game, so who cares whether it's 15 or 27. 15 to 20% of your leads will be yes leads. The rest will be no's. Now, there are actually way more deals in the no leads than in the yes leads. All right? So how many leads does it take to get a deal? The answer is it depends. Now, how many of you would have thought that there was more yes deals in the no leads than the yes leads? That's not what I would have thought, but there's a lot more no leads to go through. So did that surprise you, Aaron?
It did. It surprised me.
Yeah, because as you go through the no leads, you would not believe how often we're at these quick start real estate schools and working the event and calling your leads, the leads that you all are going to be bringing to the live event when you attend live, and you bring these leads and we're working them for you, and the no's we convert to yeses.
Yes. A lot of times they just need some explanation or some understanding, some additional. And when somebody doesn't understand something, when the VA calls them and they don't understand what they're being asked, those no's, they will say no rather than tell me more. And whenever we get on the phone with those no's at the events and such, we will take a few minutes to explain the process. And that's how we end up converting these no's to yeses.
Absolutely. Very important. Call the yeses first, because obviously they're the more quality, and then call the no's, because there's a lot more of them. Always call the no's after the yeses. And again, there's a yes script, which we talked about earlier. There's also a no script. Simply lets the seller know, hey, I noticed you were not interested in taking terms. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Got it. So I found that a lot of sellers actually find it's in their best interest to sell that way once they understand what it is we do. I buy houses two ways. I pay cash below value, way below value, and I pay with owner financing over time. And by selling to us on payment, you'll net more than selling by any other way. That being said, if you would net more by selling to us in any other way, would you be willing, this is important, write this down, would you be willing to give us some time to pay you off in full? If they say yes, the door is open again. Now we're going back in, negotiate terms. To say no, it's all cash or nothing. Fair enough. What's the least you'll take if we pay you all cash and close whenever you want? They say a number above 80% of value, then we're out. They drop way down and give you some huge equity, it's 400,000. They say, well, I'd take 300 cash. Well, it's probably worth continuing that conversation. Again, we're looking for terms. There are way more deals in the no's than in the yeses. So how many leads to get a deal? It depends. Let's suppose you want to replace a $80,000 job. I'm going to go back one. Regardless of whether it's 10 or 30, what's it matter? If your average upfront deposit is $20,000, which is pretty normal for across the country. If you're in California, it'd be way more. If you're in Indiana, it may be a hair less. Let's take a $20,000 average profit, upfront deposit, 4 deals a year. If it takes 30 leads to get a deal, you need 120 leads in a year. That's 10 per month. Now, how many of you, 10 per month divided by 4 weeks, that's 2.5 calls a week. How many of you could pick up the phone and call 2.5 people, call it 3 people, 3 people a week to buy 4 houses and make 80 grand in upfront profits this year, besides cash flow and back end? 2.5 calls a week. That is not much time. My average call is 5 minutes. That's 15 minutes a week. So if it takes 30 leads to get a deal, that means 120 leads a year, and you've replaced your $80,000 income if you average 20 grand and do 4 deals. Our VAs can get you way more than that in a few days. In fact, with the lead sources we have, I've seen as many as 25 leads come in 1 day.
Yeah.
Now, I don't expect you to do that this week or next week. The point is, I want you, like us, to have an automated business that you can ramp up the lead flow at will. All you got to do is write a check for a few bucks to the VA, and you've got leads pouring into you for you to call and turn to deals. Remember what I said earlier, no leads equals no deals. If you want to make money, you have to have leads. If you have leads, they have to be called. That is the whole thing of this business. So many people get in their own way thinking they got to have an office, and what about my LLC, and what about all of this, and what about, we'll get through all of that. All of that will be covered in our 4 days together. Right now, there's 3 things to do. Get leads, follow up, get contracts, and then go get a check. If it takes 30 leads to get a deal, as Ron would say, you must suck. All right? For me, it's 9. Every 9th one. Again, what's it matter if it's 9 or if it's 30? It's a numbers game. And you know how bad I sucked when I started? If Ron was here, he'd probably tell you. I was horrible on the phone. I was terrified. I was unconfident. I was scared, and I showed through, and I was begging for the deals. So just remember, it's a numbers game. Get leads, call them, read the script. When you get jammed up, then that's what we're going to be here for. We'll talk more about the mentorship later. Income streams, the non-refundable option deposit, monthly cash flow, free equity, debt pay down, depreciation, appreciation, and forfeited deposits. You know, I found that the majority of tenants, actually, we set them up, we put them with the local lender to help them get qualified. And the shocking thing to me is many still choose not to buy. Literally, we had a tenant who's been in a house on a 1-year lease option, and he's 7 years in. And we've called him about 7 times over the last 7 years and said, Mr. So-and-so, just following up with you. I know we put you with the lender. Just wanted to see if you're still interested in getting this deal closed. And his answer was, it's easier to pay the rent to you guys. I don't get it. He wanted to buy the house. He gave us a non-refundable option deposit. He moved in. He talked to the lender. And for some reason, he chooses to stay and to pay. And obviously, the price would be different if he wanted to buy now. And that's the monthly payment has gone up. The monthly rent has gone up 1 or 2 times over the years. But he takes care of the house and he stays. So may the golden goose live on. So again, wherever these are, you're going to find them, you're going to buy them, and you're going to turn them to paydays for you and for your family. Upfront money, middle end money, and back end. Not to talk about all the true wealth building strategies that we don't even have time to delve into today. So how do I find these sellers? There's several ways. And again, we're going to be covering more than a dozen, probably close to 2.5 dozen of them in the 4-day live when we're together. VAs calling online ads is one way. Ron's VAs will run ads for you. Ron's virtual assistants will call for you. Use field agents. Find a local person who's willing to find for sale by owner yard signs for you, who's willing to send them to your virtual assistant to call. The for sale by owner yard signs, as you're driving around town, find them. They're still out there. They're fewer than they used to be, and they're still out there. I cannot tell you how, remember one of our acquisitionists over the years never failed. He would buy at least a house every 8 weeks off of a for sale by owner yard sign. Anytime he would go out to an appointment or a meeting or be driving around, he was finding for sale by owner yard signs. There is deals in the FSBO yard signs. Again, outbound calls are going to be your least effective way, and some is better than none. So maybe for me, it's 1 out of 9 because they're inbound calls. Maybe for you, it's 1 out of 30 because you're still practicing on the phone and they're outbound calls. Again, who cares? Just get the leads, get the deal, and get the check. So VAs calling ads, VAs running ads, for sale by owner yard signs, for sale by owners from field agents, social media. This is a big one. I'm going to give you all a huge piece of value here. Set on your schedule every morning when you get up, or every evening when you go up from work, or whatever your schedule may be, that you have a list of for sale by owner sites and Facebook Marketplace and Facebook groups that you are a member of. In fact, as soon as this is over today, write this down. Find the local for sale by, the local Facebook real estate groups and join them. You want to be a part of them. If you're doing it virtually in another city, join the Facebook groups in that city. And you can find countless houses on Facebook. We've bought countless houses outbound dialing to people who posted on Facebook groups and who posted on the marketplace. Why do we get them and somebody else don't? I don't know. I remember a little while back, a lady had posted a house for $95,000 on the Facebook marketplace. Our acquisitionist called and contracted the house for $81,500. We put it back on the same marketplace in the same group for $99,000, and we sold it for $95,000. Now, why? I don't know. It just works. So she could have sold it for $95,000, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she couldn't. But we negotiated it down. And write this down. What you say will determine what you profit. When it comes to writing the stuff down, I want you to implement this. Remember, don't just not call the house because it's worth $180 and they're asking $95 and nobody else has bought it, so there must be something wrong with it. Call and negotiate it down. Get the deal. Ask the questions. There was somebody, a family member of mine, needing a house recently, and I went on Facebook Marketplace. And the third phone call, the second, I called 3, but this was the second one I made. The second phone call I made, I bought this house for her, subject to a debt takeover. And I said that because that was on the marketplace. I don't know why nobody else had bought it. Maybe because their pictures sucked and their description wasn't great. But when I see a bad description and sucky pictures, I get excited. That means it's a prime candidate. So social media is a big one. And guys, there is so much value in your Gold Club that you're not even tapping into. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of training and pure genius from Ron Legrand. This is a powerful, powerful tool for you. So Gold Club Daily Leads is something you want to be tapping into. Make sure you have your counties in there and you are getting these leads coming to you every single day so that you're getting these FSBOs and growing this deal. And you want to make sure these are coming in and have the virtual assistant dialing these and getting them into your email and inbox every single day. If you have the VA and the Dream System and the Gold Club, then the leads are just dumped into you, pre-screened every day. How many thinks that's cool to have pre-screened for sell by owner leads coming to you every single day? If you think that's cool, type in the chat, oh yeah. Any more you want to add to that?
No, that's perfect.
Awesome.
Covered it.
So the Gold Club is a powerful, powerful tool for you. Again, it's the FSBO Daily Leads. It's a private lender site. How many of you would love to have hundreds of thousands or more in private money lined up so that you never miss a deal for the money? You could just offer, a realtor brought me a deal the other day. It was a cash deal. It was worth 110, and it's move-in ready. It just needed some updating cosmetically. And she said, we want 55,000 for it, I believe it was. And I said, we'll do, so they wanted 60,000 for it. I said, we'll do 45,000 cash, 7 days to close, $3,000 earnest money. She said, we'll take it. I want that for you. Have the money lined up. Again, the pretty house is where it's at. All right. Over half of our business. That's where the true wealth is. But if you can buy a house for 40 cents on the dollar, why not have the money lined up and do it? Have all the tools in your tool belt to make the most money possible. So the private lender website is there. All you got to do, make sure you go in and activate it. Same as you do the FSBO leads daily. If you're not getting the for sale by owner leads every day into your inbox, make sure you go in there and activate it. You got to pick your counties. Then you have affiliate links. Friend or family member comes to you and says, hey, how in the world are you doing this? You can send them your affiliate link and earn a commission for introducing them to Ron Legrand. He says over 150. There's hundreds of hours of training. Believe me, I've spent countless hours in the Gold Club. This thing is such a powerful tool, guys. So underused. RonsGoldClub.com. What a powerful tool. All the forms and agreements and the weekly online newsletter with questions and answers. You can quit anytime. And you must be a Gold Club member to hire the VAs. It's $500 setup fee for a VA. I'm going to show you in a few minutes here on how to get that waived. And no setup fee for the Gold Club, of course. That's free. $59 a month. So why are these houses so easy to sell? Why are they easy to sell, Aaron?
It's because of how we're selling them. It's the terms.
So are you telling me that it's easy to sell a house if you make it easy for the buyer to buy it?
Yes, when you lower the threshold to purchase and you remove a lot of those obstacles, you'll be surprised at how easy it is to sell.
So a house with terms is 10 times easier to sell than an all-cash deal. 70% can't qualify for a bank loan. So they can with you. Remember my example of the $2.2 million house earlier. Somebody has a 700 credit score and $440,000 down. They have to put $440 down to get into that home. Well, you're lowering the barrier to entry. You don't require a 700 score. Maybe you even work with less than $440,000 down. So 70% can't qualify. These are good people who make good money. Now, I will confess, if you get 100 calls on a house that you're trying to sell for $200,000 on terms, about 90 of the people are going to have 5,000 or less down. So what am I saying? I'm saying just like when we buy houses, we're working with the few who want to do business with us. When we sell houses, we're working with the few who have money and give us a reason to believe that they can qualify and afford the house. I say qualify, it has nothing to do with credit. I mean, give you enough money down to satisfy you so that you're comfortable taking the risk of putting them into the house. If they give you $20,000, $30,000 down at move-in, they don't behave like tenants, do they, Aaron?
No, they don't. They're invested at that point.
Much different. So it's easier to sell the house. Most buyers can't qualify for a mortgage right now, and this gives them an opportunity to get into a beautiful home in beautiful condition, and they're okay doing a little bit of work. So I believe we had a question earlier about qualifying the lease buyers. So we're gonna be talking a little bit more about that. How do we find buyers, and then how do we qualify them? So to find them is in reverse of how we find sellers. Again, don't get hung up on the fact that you talked to 10 sellers and nobody wanted terms. Don't get caught up on the fact that you talked to 10 buyers and all of them had 1,000 down and $482 a month for your $300,000 house. It's just the same on both sides. You're looking for the minority on the buy when you're buying that can take payments for their property or a hugely discounted price, and when you're selling, you're looking for the minority of people who need to buy a house and have a nice chunk of money sitting in the bank that they can give you toward the purchase of the home. We put out signs. We run online ads for free. We put them out on social media. Zillow, Facebook Marketplace, Facebook groups, Craigslist, and yard signs. And I'll give you an example of the yard sign. Lease purchase, your no bank, no credit. I also have one that says rent to own your own beautiful home. Bad credit, okay. uh, make these pointer signs. Go from every main road into the house you're selling. So what should the online ads look like? Plain and simple. Get a nice photo. Guys, I can't stress this enough. A nice photo is so important. I've seen people get a beautiful home and then take looks like the frontal picture was taken with a flip phone from the front with the sun shining toward the camera. So that's not how we sell these things. Get a nice frontal photo. Most of the time, your cell phone will take a fine picture, but if you're dealing in a little bit nicer price range of house, buy a camera or pay a couple $100 to a photographer to go get the photos. Put some nice photos online. Make a nice description. Write this down. What is your unique selling proposition? Or type in the chat USP. USP. Unique selling proposition. Are they typing it in the chat, Nick? USP.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a delay though.
Okay, good. So USP, your unique selling proposition. So I want to train you. Remember earlier we talked about the mindset, and that's what Ron is doing for us, for you guys at that 4-day event. He's shifting you from looking at a house from a one-dimensional to going, okay, there is 18 ways I can make money on this house. How do I do it? So your unique selling proposition, the reason that's so important is because that is where your ad is going to say rent to own, your own beautiful home, or lease purchase. And whenever you are putting this thing up online and you're accepting people coming in and calling you, you have to pre-screen these buyers and find the minority who have money down. Never take less than 5% down. Normally, my bottom threshold is 10%. And so don't name percentages. Ask the question, what's the most you can put down on your beautiful new home? That is the magic line. And they're going to come back all the time with things like, what is it that you require? And I'll say, well, normally we work with 15 to 20%. What's the most you can do? So be thinking about that. What's the most you can put down on your beautiful new home? When it comes to the signs, make sure they are from every main road into the neighborhood. You want every main road leading into this neighborhood. If it's a well-trafficked road that the house is on, then the front yard especially. If it's back in a neighborhood, coming in from main roads, make sure that all of the pointer signs are from the main roads into the neighborhood, leading them all to the house. Yellow signs, black writing. That way it's all congruent. That way everybody is driving by this house doesn't see some realtor sign perhaps, right? And they look at the realtor sign and realize that there's a house for sale, and then they get distracted. You don't want them to cross them up. So make sure they're congruent. Yellow signs, black lettering. So automation does the rest. After you buy the house and you've put it up and you've got a sign out and you're attracting buyers calling you, your next objective is to pre-screen them. Just like when you're talking to sellers, you're pre-screening through the dozens or the hundreds. When you're talking to buyers, you're doing the same thing. Buyers call ronlegrand.com/Pat Live. That's where you're going to sign up for a call answering service, and they're going to give you 5 phone numbers. You're going to furnish this this phone number on your website, on your signs, and on your ads, and that way they're not ringing your phone off the hook. Pat Live asks them, what can you put down? What can you pay monthly? What home are you interested in? And now while you're at dinner with your family or enjoying your life, Pat Live is taking the calls and sending you the calls, and then you're calling those back that give you a reason to do so. There's no reason to take 100 calls from people who have $500 to put down on a $300,000 house. Now, when they call in and they say they've got $20,000 down, you better believe I'm going to call them back immediately, because if they say they have 20, they probably have more. So make sure you sign up for Pat Live. You get that set up. If you don't already have it, you're going to be driving calls there. Then when they have money, they give you a reason to call them back. You simply have the call that goes like this. So I seen Mr. Bill that you called in the house on 123 Main Street. What's the most you can put down on your new home? They've already told Pat Lye they have 20,000. Maybe he tells you 20 again. And I say, got it. Normally we work with a little bit more than that. If you love the home, as I'm sure you will, how much more could you do? And then he's probably going to give you another number. Cool. What's the most you can afford monthly for your new home? They're going to give you a number. Gotcha. And either it's going to be a reasonable number or it's not. And then if they have money, they give you a reason to believe that they're quality, then you're going to say, well, I'll tell you what, Bill, I can tell you're serious about the home, and I really look forward to hearing, getting moved forward with you on it, assuming we can work out the details. I'm going to give you the lockbox code, and you can go through at your convenience and call me back when you're leaving there. I have them on the phone to tell me what time they're going through. And that way, I know when they went through. Number one, if you got a neighbor watching over the house for you and they call, you can say, yeah, Bill was supposed to be going through at 6 o'clock. Number two, I want to be able to call them back at 6:30 if I haven't heard from them and they was going through at 6. I'll say, lastly, Bill, if you could lock up the lockbox code, the lockbox, put the key back in it, lock it, and mess up the code numbers, and call me when you're leaving there. I'm sure you're going to love that home. If for any reason you didn't, let me know, and I got some others available, but I'm sure you're going to love that one. Again, when we're buying the house, I always refer to it as a property, usually, occasionally a house. When I'm selling it, I always refer to it as a home to my buyer. Ron even has a script to call buyers, so you can build your buyers list. We provide your website and buyers with a list, a database for your buyers. So when they come to your website and they put their information in, they all go into your database so that next house that you get in that area, you can send it out to all the people who called about the last house in that area. How many thinks that's cool? Then you only be calling a few buyers because only the ones with money or who qualify for a loan are the ones who really need your call back. Nobody else needs your call back. If they don't have a chunk of money down that's reasonable, or they can't qualify for a bank loan, then there's no reason to have a conversation with them. So again, the whole objective is get 90% of what you're doing off of your plate onto the plate of the virtual assistants and the call answering services. And eventually, when you come spend 4 days at the live training, you'll also see how we get an acquisitionist to even do this part. But in the beginning, you're going to do this part yourself. Talk to the buyers, get the deal done, talk to the sellers, get the deal done, and get the checks. Besides, if it's your first $25,000 or $50,000 real estate check, you probably want to be at the title company to pick it up when it comes in. No one shows houses. I don't want you trucking out across town, driving around to houses and showing people through. Because you know what will happen? Well, what happens if you do that, Aaron?
You're going to end up hating your life, and you're probably going to second guess what you're doing, and it's not what you're doing, it's how you're doing it at the end of the day. So that's what's going to hatten to you.
Absolutely. I cannot tell you. I lived in southern Illinois, and I was born and raised. It's a town of 400 people, and that was if you count the dogs.
We didn't even have a stoplight.
No stoplight. They finally added a red flashing light to the stop sign. And so as that time went on, I started buying houses in southern Indiana because there was actually people there. There wasn't in Belle Rive, Illinois, other than 400. And so I started to drive over to southern Indiana and show the houses. And believe me, it didn't take me very long until I realized that most of these people would be happy to waste my time and run me across the country for no reason and waste my fuel and drive me nuts. And it frankly worked just as well when it wasn't there. Now, if you're in the same town and somebody has $50,000 down on a $80,000 house and you just feel the urge to, you can't let them go by themselves, then more power to you. I just don't want you getting in the habit of running across town and letting buyers run your life. The house will show itself just fine. You'll meet them and get the money when they're ready, or you'll have them drop it off at the attorney's office. Never name the down payment or monthly payment. Oh my goodness. This is the biggest mistake you could ever make. I could give you example after example of students who have made this mistake, and it's cost them hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands on one deal, tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. And so we just got an $80,000 house we had paid $22,000 for. We lease optioned it for $79,900, rent to own, and the buyer put $35,000 down. Why? Because we said, what's the most you can put down on your new home? And they said $35,000. So don't assume a number ever, because they may have way more and they may want to give you way more. And if you say 10%, you'll never get 20. If you say 20, you'll never get 30. So always ask questions, never name numbers. Never name the down payment or the monthly payment. What's the most you can put down in your new home? What's the most you can pay per month? You should be in and out of any terms or cash deal in less than 30 days. Now, when it comes to a terms deal, they're easy to sell. We have more buyers than we have deals. Every time we put terms deals on the market, the buyers flood to us. It's just a matter of making sure they're all pre-screened. That's the only thing there is to it. Frankly, in this hottest market I've ever seen, the cash deals are even being offered as soon as anything. We had one who went under contract 3 times in the first week, meaning the buyer come in, offered earnest money, proof of funds, fell through, so on and so forth, 3 times in 1 week. Why? Because it's the hottest market I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I was talking to Ron Legrand a couple weeks ago, and his 40 years of doing this. It's the hottest market he's ever seen in his lifetime. Guys, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. I mean, who wouldn't want to have owned real estate in 2021? And I don't want you to be the person in 2023 that looks back and goes, crap, I wish I'd have started in 2022. Now is your time. Yeah. Now is your year. If the student is ready, the teacher has appeared. And I know you are ready to take action and take your life to a new level. Now, it took Ron 20 plus years to assemble his system, and it cost millions in lost revenue and mistakes. And every quick start school is different and constantly updated, and there's new deals and new questions and new people. It's always amazing. I've been coming to quick starts for 8 years now, and no 2 quick starts have ever been the same. I always get new value every time. The new event is not the old event, and it's foolish not to register. What about the money that you're going to lose? Maybe you're asking, what about the money that I've got to invest? What about the money you're going to lose if you don't do it? And frankly, if you can't raise the tuition, isn't it very reasonable that you should do what it takes to get there? Isn't it reasonable to think you could just get the Vive card and get there for free, no money out of pocket? The very reason that you need to be there is the very challenge that you're having. That's the bridge I talk to students about all the time. For me, the struggle was going, okay, I can't afford this. I can't get there. I don't have the money I know I need to do this to get to the other side. How do I bridge that gap? There's all sorts of financing options available and different things available, and whatever it is that you need to do, figure out how to get the money and get there so that the next thing that you want to be a part of, the next car you want to buy, the next trip you want to take isn't going to be a question about, do I have the money or do I not? Don't forget your discounts. The $1,200 discount that ends at $330, the $1,000 terms course discount, the first responder discount, the pay in full discount, the Gold Club points, and you may use your IRA or your 401k, and don't forget Uncle Sam pays for part of it. And then we have the Vive card. The Vive card, 0% interest for 6 months. There's in-house financing available. If money is the only reason you haven't said yes, that's a temporary condition that can be fixed with one small deal, with one small shift. One $30,000 measly check will more than pay for all the trouble and set you on the path to success. It did for me. The $3,000 check I got nearly paid for my tuition And that wasn't the point of it. It made me realize it was real. And that's when the snowball began to take effect. And that calls I had been making and all the work I'd been doing began to pay off. 12 deals from April to December 31st in 2014 and 50 deals in 2015. How? Because I started. First thing you have to do is figure out how and when to start. What's the worst thing that can happen if you say yes now? As entrepreneurs, we say yes now, then we figure out how. That's how I've lived my life. And that is what I contribute a large portion of my success to. I remember like it was yesterday being on the phone and my mind was racing as the global coaches team was on the call with me, talking to me about the Atlanta event. I remember it so well, April in 2014. And my mind was racing. I don't have the money. I can't afford this. What if, what if, what if? And then there was this little voice that kept saying, but what if it works? What if it works? And I called someone I knew who had had some success in flipping houses. And I said, have you heard of Ron Legrand? And he said, yeah, that's how I got started. And I said, that's all I needed to know. I hung up the phone, called him back, and I signed up. And so I said that to say, if you have a question mark in your mind or you've been asking for a sign, here it is. This is your opportunity. Don't lose the discounts. Don't lose the 6 months interest-free financing. Don't lose your chance to work with Ron personally for 90 days. Guys, you realize how valuable that is? I've paid at my discounted rate because of my relationship with Ron, 10 grand for a half a day to sit down with Ron. And he charges much more than that when you're not in his inner circle. But 10 grand and I got the value. You get to work with him for free for 90 days. If you're serious, you can get the one-on-one help you need to ensure you get checks quickly. Now, how many of you would be interested in mentoring with myself and Aaron or one of the other 12 coaches if it meant that it was free? If you want to get it for free, type free in the chat, all right? I'll give you about 5 seconds to type free in the chat. If not enough people type free, I'm not going to show you how to get it for free. Personal one-on-one mentoring for 6 months, and I'm going to show you how to get it for better than free. All right? The first thing, it includes a weekly 30-minute meeting from a coach, a mentor who's going to keep you on track. There is myself and my brother who are mentors for Ron, and there's 11 others who are well-qualified, amazing mentors, all handpicked by Ron Legrand because every one of us are active in the business and doing it. You have your choice of the 12 mentors and a weekly 30-minute meeting with that mentor. The mentor talks to your seller for you. How many of you think you're more likely to get a deal when you have the lead sheet, it's in your inbox, and you have get on the phone with the seller and you're jammed up, and the mentor gets on the phone with you and the seller and says, oh yeah, I am so-and-so's partner, and here's where we were. Ask the questions, locks it up, says, cool, my partner will be out there tomorrow at noon, or I'll be there with them on the video today at noon, and close up the deal. I've had students at the house terrified about the deal dial me and put me on speakerphone and actually negotiate the deal with them as their senior partner, and they get it signed. I have countless testimonials that says I would have never done this had you not been on the phone. I got to tell you guys, it's the best decision you ever make. The mentor looks at your contracts. If the contracts scare you, don't worry. Once you've filled it out as best you can, you're going to send it over to your mentor and they're going to review it. Point out anything that we would do different, send it back to you. Saves you from losing the deal. How many times have we saved someone from losing a deal?
It's been a lot.
Oh my goodness.
It's usually just a minor thing or something that just needs to be shifted in how you say it or what you do.
It's a minor thing until it loses a $30,000 profit.
Exactly.
And then it was major. That's what I don't want to see happen for you. Again, you spent your life getting this far. Don't turn back now. You're here. You've made the decision to be here. You've made the decision to make a change. Make sure you get the help you need to get to a new level. I guarantee you, I would have never got to millionaire status in less than 24 months without borrowing the money to get a mentor. We critique your calls for you. Send us recordings of your calls, and we listen to them and tell you what you should fix. That's worth the investment in itself. We force you to get checks. The cost is $16,995. We offer it for $5,000 down and 12 months of 0% interest payments. You can pay in full for $14,995 with the credit card or Vive card or both. Get the Vive card for the part of the payment. Do whatever you got to do to figure out how to get the help you need and get on the track to making serious money. Guys, if not now, then when? If not Ron, then who? Decide your path and take action now. Now, I told you I was going to show you how to get it for free. Remember that? Type free in the chat again. I like to see the frees coming through. Pay by check or wire. Get another $500 off. The credit cards would charge Ron's team that, or Ron's a merchant that anyway. So just pass on that savings along to you. We'd need the deposit today. So you need to take action now and call the coaches now that are waiting your calls. You can use Gold Club points up to half at $1 each. Holy cow. I've got 7,000 Gold Club points now.
Yeah.
Should consider that. But Andrew, that's a lot of money. Well, I'm not disagreeing with that, but what is your livelihood worth? What is you getting rich worth? What is you changing your life worth? What is you living your dreams really worth? For me, at 21 years old, I sure didn't have the money. This is the Navigator Ron bought for Beverly a little while back. Was 80 grand. What do you think that'll be worth in a few months? Going down in value every day she drives it. The trips, you spend it once, get some memories, that's cool. Ultimately, though, you spend a lot of money for a little. I won't do a pretty house deal for less than 20 grand. Won't do a wholesale deal for less than 10, but a pretty house deal, our average is actually closer to 50. That alone, one measly deal with a $50,000 profit will more than cover your entire education and give you money left over. Go get a steak dinner and a whole lot more. Here's how you get it for free. Are you ready for this? During your 6 months of mentoring. So now you sign up now. You get all the discounts because you signed up now. You come spend 4 days with Ron Legrand and get your life and business to a whole new level. Your 6 months of mentoring starts. The first deal you get, we will partner with you and you'll get all of your profits up to your full investment in mentoring before we split. So let's say we got a deal you want to partner on. It's not required to partner. You can partner. Let's say you got a deal you want to partner and it's $30,000 profit. Before we start splitting that $30,000, you're going to get your entire investment back, whatever you paid for mentoring. You're going to get your entire investment back. And then what's left after you have got all your entire investment back, making your mentoring free, then and only then do we split what's left. And believe me, if we're going to partner with you, we don't want no measly little $10,000 profit deals. We want you getting $30,000 and $50,000 and $80,000 profit deals. In this next segment, you're going to see students who got one. What was the one 99,000 and something?
Yes.
Like, holy cow, guys, this is happening before your eyes. Don't miss the opportunity. That means your mentoring is free. So it's in our best interest to see you get reimbursed ASAP, because not only do we selfishly want a testimonial saying how amazing we are, because at home, when you see me at my home office, I got 2 walls and fixing to start a 3rd wall of student testimonials saying how their lives has changed. And that's frankly what keeps me going every single day. That's my passion. Secondly, we want you to get reimbursed and get your entire investment back ASAP. And for your partner, we want to make money too. So it's in our best interest to see you get reimbursed and for you to get a profit fast. If you follow instructions, that is easily accomplished in the first 60 days we work together. Telling you, I spent $1,500 on leads on a Monday. By that Friday, we had 3 deals from that $1,500 of ad spend. I'm going to show you how to get all the free ads you can do and then some. That was just really cool numbers. 3 deals going to net over 70 something thousand dollars from a $1,500 ad spend. How many of you could find $1,500 or $15,000 if you knew it was going to return you 75,000 in a week or 2 weeks time? I think the answer would be yes. You have 30 days to change mentors. So if you start with one of the 12 well-qualified mentors Ron has handpicked, and for whatever reason you decide it's not a fit, you can change mentors. Well, we definitely don't recommend ever pausing because you lose momentum when you do. Should there ever be an emergency situation, you can pause and then restart when you're able. All 12 mentors are fun and easy to work with. I definitely will speak for them. All are very close friends of mine and Aaron's. We have the opportunity to network and hang out and have a good time. We have dinner every time we're all together. So all 12 amazing quality individuals who have a servant's heart and want to see you succeed. If they didn't, they wouldn't be here. Ron wouldn't have picked them. So all 12 mentors are so qualified, doing the business today, and can offer you so much value and hold your hand getting the next deal or deals. Whether it is that you already run a successful business and you just need help getting your lead flow ramped up, they'll help you with that. If it's that you are needing to get your first deal, we'll help you with that. Whatever it is you need, that is what the mentoring is for. 6 months with someone working in the business. Don't forget the IRS will pay 27 to 37% of it. Enroll today, and Ron's going to throw in the business management boot camp. I've been through this twice. This is the most powerful business management I've ever seen. I'm telling you guys, there's never been a better, simpler business in the real estate business. And if you want to turn it into a serious high 6 or even 7-figure business running on autopilot on like 10 hours a week or so, like several of the mentors have, then this is what your next step will be. Get deals, get checks, get to business management, and turn this into a serious business, not just a side hobby. Enroll today. You're going to get that for free. You're going to learn hiring and firing. You're going to learn, we're going to talk about home versus office. Commonly, myself and Aaron are there and several others who are running successful businesses today. We compare as to what our business numbers are, whether we prefer working in the home or the office, and why, and how everybody's businesses match up, because every personality is different. We talk about partnerships. We talk about who to work with and who not to work with. We talk about how to maintain your focus, because if you're like me, I can be shiny object syndromed, and I can be doing a lot of things at once. And sometimes that leaves loose ends. So how do we maintain focus and get things through to completion? How do we solve problems and manage cash flow? Make sure that you're always, Ron's chunka theory is put to use. The chunka coming in has to be bigger than the chunka going out. It's a good one to live by. We learn asset protection in more depth and how to replace yourself, because ultimately that's what you want to do. Have yourself fired from your business. The VF setup fee is going to be waived, the $500. If you already paid for that, you'll get it credited toward your mentor purchase today. So free VA setup fee. Guys, get the help you need. Sign up for the mentor, get the free VA, get leads coming in, and start doing deals now. No mentoring without Quick Start School. So you must have attended within the last 3 years, or attended or registered to attend. And if you haven't attended before, we recommend you start the mentoring about 2 weeks before. That way you're all set up, you're working with your mentor, you've got the leads coming in, so you can make the most of Quick Start School. Again, we're going to be calling your leads at Quick Start School. We want to be working with you. So that is part of what you'll have to do with mentoring, and you'll be glad you did. Again, to attend Quick Start, they're separate, as you already know. So some of you have already attended Quick Start and will just be upgrading to mentoring. Other of you will be getting both today. Return visit free with mentoring. So the save $500 when you keep coming back to Quick Start School anytime. You don't have to pay the extra $500. Again, of course, same deal. Bring your partner. Registering now doesn't mean you have to start now. So let's say you are ready to go. You need Quick Start. You're not quite in a place or a place where you can start accepting this help yet. Sign up now, lock in the discounts, and start as soon as you're ready. It could be a few weeks, a few months down the road. Obviously, I recommend the sooner the better. When's better to change your life than now? At 21 years old, it was April, and I sat there, and I remember the first time I ever heard this offer for mentoring. And I'm a attendee in the Quick Start class. I borrowed the money to get there. I'm staying at this Hilton Hotel downtown, and I borrowed the money to even be there. And I'm terrified out of my mind, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm sitting there, and I see this happening before my eyes, what you're about to see in a minute, deals and checks. And my mind is just blown. And I'm going, holy cow, I want that. And then I seen the investment to join the mentoring, and I said, I can't do that. How do I do this? And quickly, I didn't even know what I was doing. I had transitioned my thought process from I can't do this to how do I do this? And I went to the back and I talked to the coaches and I says, I need this mentoring. How do I do it? And it was so emotional for me because it was everything I had. Everything I had to be there. Borrowed money to be there. Now borrowed money to get a mentor, and it was do or die. There was no failure options. I had burnt every ship behind me, and thank God I did, because it was not as soon as I made that commitment. It was a few hours later, we got my first deal negotiated. A few days later, a few weeks later, got my first check and my first pretty house deal. And as they say, the rest is history. Thank God I made that jump. Now is your time to make a decision, take action now, and get the help you need to get to a whole new level. Now, don't confuse the helpline with one-on-one mentoring. The helpline is Monday through Friday to answer questions for you about deals. The mentor is guidance you need for 6 months working one-on-one with you. You send in a weekly report every week before your call. The mentor covers and holds you accountable for everything that you're doing or not doing. Make sure that you are getting leads and getting deals, forces you to get deals, gets on the phone with you and the seller in the time of need, gets on the phone. I had a seller in California, so the time difference. So it was 7 o'clock his time. It was 10 o'clock my time. And he had a urgent situation, and I knew he had a deal in the works. So my phone rang. I hadn't gone to bed yet, and I answered him, and we got the deal done. And his testimony was 21 years old, just like I was when I started. His testimonial was so special. And he says, if I had not had my mentor on the phone with me at 10 o'clock at night, I would have blew the deal. And that made my heart so happy. A mentor is what you need to get to a new level, to hold your hand and take you to new heights. Mentors will talk with sellers, review your PI sheets, review your contracts, talk with your buyers, helped countless students get their buyers lined up and done a 3-way call with a buyer and negotiated the down payment up. Shoot, if you've got a buyer who says they got 10 down and you get you get your mentor, one of us or the other mentors on the phone with you, and we talk them up from 10,000 down to 25,000 down, you just paid for your mentoring again. How many ways do you need to pay for this until it becomes so valuable you just can't say no? We'll partner with you. We'll conduct 30-minute calls each week with you. We force you to get checks, and we desire to do deals together. Let's get to your next deal as soon as possible. Let's do it together. Your participation is required. 6 months of mentoring, one-on-one with one of the 12 highly qualified individuals running successful 6 or 7-figure businesses, management boot camp, 6 months mentoring, and VA service fee waived. Partner with Ron. I don't even know what value you can put on that. Use Gold Club points. Financing's available. And I'm telling you, the business management, I feel like the value Ron has on it is way too low. The value that gives you is tremendous. And you can't even put a value on mentoring and what it did for me, for my life, and how it changed my world. And that's why I'm so passionate, and I want to see that for you. You can experience the same path that I experienced with this. Today only, you're also going to get finding motivated sellers in any market. How many think it would be cool, like me and Aaron have in our business, to have 50 motivated sellers calling you within less than 4 weeks? That just happened to us last month, by the way. Over 50 motivated sellers in less than 4 weeks period of time. You're going to get that for free, 3-day video training, $14.97 value as well. Today only. And my only question for you is, have you made your decision? Is this your time to change? When is your time to change? If not now, when? Thank God I made my turning point and had my transition in 2014 from broke to millionaire in less than 24 months as a 21-year-old broke kid. Wherever you are in life, I've seen students come in who was working good jobs and making good money and just wanted out of the rat race. Wherever you are in that level, this is exactly what you need to get to a new level. So I'm excited to offer that to you today only to get all them bonuses. So call the course advisor 800-567-6128. Get signed up now. See what credits you are qualified for so we can help you get on your path to your next level. I think Nick's got a few things to cover, and then we're going to be also coming back with some more checks and student deals next. I'm so excited to share with you.
All right. Yeah, I did want to clarify a couple of things on the mentoring program with partnering. Just want to make sure that it was clear. Number one is that, Ron, I don't know if it was mentioned in there, but Ron will actually put up the money on deals that need money. So most deals require little to no money, but there are a few that do. Maybe they require a little bit of a down payment, especially on those high-end homes, like $1 million house. You might need, normally you'd have to have $200,000 down. In our world, you can get those for nothing down, but sometimes the sellers want a little bit, like $20,000 down. $20,000 is a little bit for $1 million house. So Ron may be willing to, put up $20,000 if you're not able to get that funding, or if there's substantial carrying costs. That can be a big scary payment on a $1 million, $2 million house. So even if you are getting great terms, it might take a little bit longer to find a buyer for that level of house. And Ron would be willing to carry that for you. If Ron does that, then where he's putting up the money, then Ron gets 75% of the profits and you get 25% of the profits. But that's after your tuition, or your mentoring fee is paid off. So that gets paid off first, and then you guys split the rest. If it doesn't require any money from Ron, and you just want to partner without any money from him, then it's split 50-50 after your mentoring is paid off on that first deal that you partner on. So I guess a question that people might have is, if I'm in the mentoring program, do I have to partner? Am I required to partner with Ron and my mentors?
Absolutely not. So what we have some students do, they want to work with us all the way through the deal, past the 6 months of mentoring. If it's going to be a long-term terms deal or something, or for example, they want to write a check for like the $2.2 million deal we just bought with 17.5 down. And in those cases, and I've seen Ron look at students before who have come to us with a deal. You've hired us for 6 months to mentor you. And I've seen Ron say, look, happy to partner, but you don't need me. Keep all your profits on this one, because that's just the heart that Ron has. And so you definitely don't have to partner. It's there for when you need it and can use it. And if Ron feels it's not in your best interest to do, we're going to help you the same, get across the finish line and keep the 100% of the profits as your mentors.
Okay, so that's my next question. If I'm in mentoring, will I get the same level of help from my mentor if I don't partner on the deal?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. If I don't need any money up front, is there any reason for me to partner with you, since I get the same support either way?
Most of the time, no. Then sometimes, yes. That's a case by case. So I've had students who wanted to partner because they didn't need money, but they perhaps was nearing the end of their term, and they wanted to make sure that we helped them all the way through. They wanted to split the profits for that. In that case, of course, there's all sorts of different scenarios that could come into play. So again, it's case by case. And if us and Ron feels it's your best interest to keep 100% of the profit and just have us help you, we do that. And if you request a partner and that's a deal that calls for that, we love partnering with students.
All right, yeah, and especially that first deal. I mean, it definitely makes sense in that first deal, since you get all your money back for mentoring first before you even split anything. So
it's a no-brainer.
I think it makes a lot of people feel more comfortable knowing that even though their mentor is going to help them just as much, just their mentor having some skin in the game too.
Absolutely,
is a good feeling. One thing Ron, you guys didn't have in your presentation. Ron doesn't normally talk about it, but I just remember when I started at this company, it's almost 15 years ago now. We didn't have a mentoring or coaching program at the time. But it's not because we didn't want to have one. We wanted to have one. We wanted to help our students. I remember us going out and to some industry event, and somebody said that they can provide coaching for us. So like, okay, that sounds great. We sort of service we really want to provide to our students. So we talked to them and we said, okay, let's work out a deal. Well, what we can, what it'll cost to have you coach our students. And then Ron even flew all the way out to, I think the company was in Utah. He went out to Utah to talk to a room of about 5 or 7 mentors that they were going to have coach our students. And the first question Ron asked them is, okay, who in this room has done a deal before? One person in that room raised their hand.
Oh, shoot.
Ron stopped the meeting right then. He said, all right, this isn't going to work. How can they teach people how to do deals when they've never done deals themselves?
Yeah.
So we went another few years with no mentoring program until finally Ron came up with the idea to bring on our own students, our own successful students who are doing the business, promote them to mentors. That's essentially how we have you guys, how we have all of our other 12 mentors, is they're all successful students of ours who are running their own high 6 or 7 figure businesses in real estate and doing it Ron's way. So I just think it's really cool. That's kind of what sets us apart from other coaching and mentoring programs. So
Yeah, I always thought that's so amazing that Ron picks out those who are doing it and those with servant's heart, because there's those who are doing it who don't frankly have the time or care to slow down and help somebody else start. And Ron has a knack for finding those who not only are succeeding in doing it, at the same time, those that have an amazing servant's heart and want to see others have the hand up to the place that they started. And so it's an honor to be a part of that. And I wanted to mention too, I don't think I mentioned earlier, but I mentioned the Vive card for getting the mentoring. The Vive card does go up to $15,000, 0% interest for 6 months. That's actually how I was able to get into mentoring. Was I applied for the Vive card, even though my credit wasn't great, I got approved for it. Maybe it was the prayer I said before I applied, but I got approved for it. And that's how I was able to get into the mentoring. So again, don't let money stop you. 0% interest for 6 months. Go do a deal, pay it back off. You have the guidance of successful people who are doing the business, are going to help you do the business. Get in, sign up for the card, do whatever you got to do to move whatever around to become a part of this, to get to where you want to go.
All right, you ready for a few questions before you take a break?
Yes.
All right. Alfonso says, does proximity marketing like Servia still exist?
It exists. It's changed a lot. So I'm currently not using it.
Okay. Eric says, do you invest in pretty homes less than 3 bedrooms?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, we do. Your market does make a difference on the sellability, I guess you would say, certain markets, but I will say that we have personally, and a lot of our students have done a lot of 2 bedrooms successfully.
All right. Marlene says, how do you convince the seller they should make payments for the additional 3 months after selling? Does not seem fair to me.
First off, we ask them. Andrew, I'll let you go ahead and tell them how we ask.
Yeah, so I learned from Ron exactly how to word that, and I want to mention, Marlene, that if you have that objective in your mind, that objection in your mind, you're going to portray that to the seller. Just like if someone's afraid to buy, they're afraid to sell. Someone who is a feeling in their mind like that's somehow doing the seller wrong is going to portray that and never get it. So here's how you justify that: first to yourself, because that's the most important, and then to the seller. I have it written in, buying the house now. We're closing in March, and I start making the payments the 3rd month after close, which means the seller is going to make April payment. The seller is going to make May payment. And then I'm going to take over in June, right? So if the seller gives me an objective, I'm going to say, or rejection, I say, well, first off, interest is paid in arrears, right? So that means that the April payment was actually due for March when the seller lived there. So April 1st payment, the seller owed anyway because he lived there in the time that interest was accrued. The May 1st payment is technically the first payment that would be yours as the new homeowner. And so I would say to the homeowner, and so I'm really only asking you to make one payment, which is May, and I'm going to take over in June. So wouldn't you agree that the 6% commission I'm saving you on this $300,000 house, equivalent $18,000, and the closing costs that I'm paying, which is several thousands of dollars, if depending on what state you're in, and the fact that I'm paying you a great price for the house, that it's fair for me to ask you to make one small additional payment. And the way I justified it in my mind was I bought 26 houses in a few weeks, period. And I said, crap, that's a lot of mortgage payments. And I wasn't getting 3 months. And so I had to run like mad to sell them because I was newer at the time. And that was straining my cash flow. And so I immediately went out and says, I should have followed Ron's advice. So number one, you're only asking them to make one additional payment. And it's really just in return that $800 or $1,000 or $1,500 one payment in return for you paying all the closing, and there's no 6% commissions, and you're paying them a great price. So that's how you justify it to yourself firstly, and then to them.
Yeah, and if they weren't buying it, or if you weren't buying it from them, they'd be selling it, to somebody traditionally. And even if they weren't using a realtor, if that person has to go qualify at a bank, that's a minimum 45 days, probably more like 60 days before they can even close. So you're closing a lot faster. So these are all payments that they would have been making.
Yes, very good point.
Christina says, would you be willing to give us a bit more time to pay off? Would you be willing to work with us? Now, I'm not sure. I put this question up. I think that she was answering a question before, like, what do you say to the seller? So I think that was her answer to a question. But if she was asking about quick start school or mentoring, then yeah, of course we can work with you too. We offer terms on our products as well. So just call into our course advisor and they can help you with that.
It's smart, Christina. And I figured your next text was going to be, is that the best you could do?
David says, if signing up for a virtual quick start, are the class materials mailed or emailed to us ahead of time?
Yes, they are delivered to you. I don't know in what facet.
Yeah, so the bonus courses that you get immediately. Those are all instant access. So you'll be emailed those and get your username and password for those immediately. So that's the three cash flow systems that Andrew and Aaron talked about, which is a wholesale retail cash flow system, the rehabbing Ron's Way cash flow system, and the Pretty House cash flow system.
Absolutely.
And then you'll get a physical event manual when you actually attend the live event. For a virtual event, you'll get a PDF of that you can either print out or just follow along on another device.
Absolutely.
The bonus course, if there are any of the bonus courses, you'll get ahead of time as well. Michael says, if you find a deal from a seller, is there a good way to raise money from the closing?
I'm not sure I understand the question. If you are buying a $200,000 house for $100,000, can you raise more private money than you need to purchase it? Yes. If you're dealing directly with a private lender, I don't allow my private lenders to lend more than 75% of the value of the property. If we're talking about the owner finance type deal and we're putting a down payment down, you can wait to close and get the non-refundable option deposit simultaneously with closing and use the buyer's money to pay the seller as well. So not sure the question. Hopefully that answered it, Michael.
All right. Dane says, what do you mean negotiate the price down?
Well, in any facet, I get the best price I can from the sellers. So this is probably in reference to something I said earlier. I always ask the seller, if we agree on everything else, what's the least you'll take on price if it's terms? If it's cash, then I say, if I pay you cash and close whenever you want, what's the least you'll take?
And you always follow that up with, is that the best you can do?
Yep.
Dang says, what are the meaning of post-taxes and pre-taxes?
I don't know what that question means. If it's in reference to Uncle Sam paying for part of your quick start and or mentoring, then you would pay for that and get that as a tax write-off. So I don't know if that's what that is in reference to or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either on that one. Dane says, is there a way to calculate the ARV without going out to the house and figuring out repair values?
Yes. You want to answer that?
As far as figuring out the after repaired value, you would want to run comps. But you can get those through the Dream system. You can run comps through there. Very good. And also sometimes for a quick reference, if I'm just wanting to do a quick reference, I'll use Zillow lot lines, and that'll get me a really good after repaired value, or what it would be worth if it was in what I would call sell ready condition.
Again, get on the phone with them, negotiate a good deal. The 5 minutes tops, more like 2 on Zillow on looking up the lot lines is really, I mean, all you need. And you look up lot lines, you see what the price is, negotiate the best deal you can. And then if any reason you come back, find out different facts later, you can, but there's no reason to research them that heavily until you know that you're going to have a reason to do business anyway.
Eric says, do you buy land on terms? And if so, must you create a different script when using PatLive?
Yes, we do buy land on terms. No, we have them use the same script.
Yeah, the script that PatLive uses, I mean, you could maybe take out where they're asking how many bedrooms and bathrooms if you're specifically marketing to people with land with no house on it. But PatLive is going to ask questions about whether or not they'll accept terms and all that. That's something for you to do when you call, or your acquisitions to do, or even VA to do. Mary Lou says, if I attend the 4-day 2 to 3 years ago, do I have to pay the whole tuition again? I hear it was for life. I can pay $500. Is that true?
Yeah, pay $500 and reattend.
Yeah, so it's actually it's free for your first year. Then it's $500 to reattend for the next 4 years after that. So for the first 5 years, you can reattend for $500. But like we just said here, if you get it into mentoring, then while you're in mentoring during that 6-month period, then you can reattend Quick Start for free. So we'll waive that $500 repeat fee.
What Nick's saying, get a mentor, change your life, and come to Quick Start for free.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Mary Lou's again. Also, can I get 90 days with Ron? Nope, sorry, that one is only for the first time that you purchase Quick Start. Eric, if you've already been to Quick Start School and want to send in lead sheets for future classes, do you need to register for those classes to have a mentor call you the leads? Yeah, you have to not only register, you also have to attend, because we're not going to work any of those deals if you're not on either on the virtual event or in the room in person. At the live events, you take your leads to class and they dial them while you're there. With the virtual events, you send them in ahead of time. We have our mentors dial ahead of time and then present those deals that come out of that during the event. But if you're in mentoring, then the mentors aren't going to call them for you, but they can certainly work the leads with you. Orally says, what is the cost for someone getting back into mentoring?
If you've been through mentoring once and you're looking to reattend, it is right around half price. Call the number on the screen, the course advisors, the coaches, and find out exactly what your costs will be and what discounts you may be available for you. But call the 800-567-6128 and they'll help you get signed back up.
When it comes to work for equity deals, do you simply reduce the repairs on the price?
Yes, so we usually will sell at a little bit of a discount, and that way that's why it's a work for equity. That way they're able to have some equity in the property when they do get the repairs done.
Remember, though, it's a discount off the marked up rate.
I was going to say it's a discount off of what would be the normal retail value, or that 110% that we generally put them on the market for. It would be reduced off of that price, what we think the cost of repairs would be, and that's what we put it on the market for.
And so it's not uncommon to have a $180,000 house that worked for equity. We would have put it up for $189,900 or $194,900, and we put it up for $174,900 now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Michael says, how do you compensate your acquisitionists?
A weekly pay, a weekly salary, and then on top of that, we pay them bonuses for according to the amount of deals they get done.
All right. Dang, I think I had a similar question. Do you have a deal to repeat the mentoring program?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't have one. Yeah, there is a deal. You have to pay full prices. You get almost half off. So go ahead and call in to the number on.
In fact, Dang, I will tell you as a testimonial for 2 of you that are asking that, I did that. I attended round 1 and I started buying houses. I attended round 2, and in round 2 is where I hired my first acquisitionist and started actually building out a system and started duplicating myself in the business. So you can reattend for, whatever it is, nearly half price. So definitely call the course advisors and get that set up.
Where is Ron today? He's on vacation. I think he's taking Beverly to like Fort Lauderdale or something like that. Or casino there or something like that, I think.
We do miss Ron.
That's all the questions we have. So I think we should take a short break and then get into deal structuring.
Yes. Exciting. So call the course advisor and get signed up for the quick start and the mentoring for those of you who have not done so yet. And be back here in just a couple minutes to start going over these deal structurings. 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes. See you then.
I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching the real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it.
Welcome back. So hopefully you all had a good break there. And we're going to be covering some of these deals. So first off, we have Lynette has called several of your leads that you all sent in. Hello, Lynette.
Amazing.
Good to see you. And you are muted. We can't hear you.
Okay.
So
hello.
There she is. Hello, hello.
Welcome. So good to see you.
Yes, it's so exciting. I heard you talking about that mentoring renewal. How many times did you do a renewal with us?
I done one renewal. I was 2 rounds.
Oh, I thought you did 3.
Well, I don't remember. It's been too long now. So I see you have several leads here, and I see you've turned 2 no's to yeses.
Yes.
Yes.
That's our favorite thing to do.
I love that. So who do we have on first, Lynette?
I think we have, is it Dwight and Dwayne?
Dwight and Dwayne.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Are you Dwight or Dwayne?
You have Dwight and
Now
Dwayne.
you have Dwayne.
Oh, we got the. Are y'all related now?
You guys are adorable. Dwight and Dwayne.
I love it. Are you all brothers?
Yeah.
It's a secret. Don't tell anybody, but we actually twin brothers.
Oh,
I love it. We get that a lot, so I love it.
That is awesome. Good,
now,
good.
who's the older one and who's the smarter one?
Okay, here's the deal. This is also a secret. We're 5 minutes apart, so we kind of flip a coin and say who's the oldest and who's the youngest.
Yeah, who's the
I thought you was going to say the one with the hat's the smarter one.
I love it. Well, tell us about this deal.
Okay.
This is you live by this deal, Dwight, Dwayne?
We're in the metro area, yes.
Cool. So you called them, Lynette, and
so
they said no to terms.
This was so I called them and I said, you can see there was actually no asking price on it. I don't know if you guys can see, but the seller did not have an asking price. And I said, okay, well, I don't see an asking price. My assistant had called you and got all this information. So what would be the least you're willing to sell the house for? And he said, well, what it's worth. And I said, well, you know what do you think it's worth? Anyway, we went back and forth. You know how the seller makes us the offer. So we got the seller to say $140,000. It's free and clear. And yes, it was a no turn to yes, because once we explained the deal, then the seller understood. And the house does not need any repairs because he totally rehabbed it.
What do you think this is worth, Lynette?
The house is gorgeous. Because it's all rehabbed, I would put it somewhere around that 175.
Correct.
175, okay.
Uh-huh.
And nothing down. How'd you do that?
I said we usually put nothing down.
And you shut up?
And I shut up.
And he said what?
He said, okay.
Wow.
And then, now here's the interesting thing. The seller actually has, I said, what's the least amount we could pay you per month until we pay you off in full at a later date? And the seller said, somewhere between $1,300 and $1,500. I was like, okay, $1,300.
1,300 it is.
That's all I heard too. I love it. Hey, we hear what we want to hear on those calls, right?
That's right. So
Good.
1,300, and the seller is flexible. He knows that it's years and not months until we pay him off in full. So he's good to go. We have an appointment on Saturday at 2:00, and I asked Dwight and Dwayne if they were available, since we made that.
Yes.
And I said if they weren't available, I'm sure I could give this lead to someone else.
They say they'll make themselves happen, right?
Absolutely.
You gentlemen are smart, and you got a winner calling your leads. Lynette is so good at these. I love this. So you got an appointment 2:00 on Saturday, and so we'll go over the numbers with it, and then let's see, 175 price. So what do you think you should sell it for?
I think we should sell it for at least 195, 200.
Yeah, don't get greedy.
Oh well, we just put it at approximately 189.
Yeah, that's what you said, ain't it? Yeah. All right. And what do you think the rent would be in this area? Do you gentlemen know?
For at least, how many bedrooms was it again, Lynette?
5 bedroom. It's
Five
5
bedrooms.
bedroom, 2.5 bath. So
it was a duplex, and I guess since they renovated, it must have converted into a single family.
yes, That's what they did.
So
It's
1,800.
2,200 square feet. I mean, I can't imagine you would get any penny less than 2,000 a month.
Yeah.
All right, 2,000 a month. So 2,000 a month in and 1,300 a month. And can you afford a down payment?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then what do you think you'll get down on this home?
Let's see here. If we're asking for 189, we could between 15 and 20,000 down payment.
I'd say so. I wouldn't take any less than 20. I would hope to get 25.
Okay.
So somebody gives you 25, 2,000 a month. You're already netting 700 a month. And somebody gave you 25. What's 189 minus 25? Are either of you good at math?
Well, yeah,
you could
take the 189.9 minus the 140 that we're giving the seller, and so the front end payday would be 49,900. And since there's no money down, that is his true front end payday, 49,900.
Yep. So the he owes the seller
140.
140. All right. So he owes the seller 140, and there's no underlying mortgage, so that may all go toward taxes, insurance, and principal.
That would be great if it's principal only payments.
So till you got 25 in the front end and another 24.9 on the back end. If you get more down, then more power to you.
Right.
That's cool. Good job, guys. Do you all have a mentor yet?
Yes, we do. Tony Pearl.
Awesome. I love that guy.
Yeah.
So have you checked with him to make sure he's available at 2:00 on Saturday as well?
Yeah, we'll give him an update. And Lynette and Brian, thank you guys.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yes. Good job. Good job, guys.
Love you guys.
Love
Go
you
get
too.
that
Thank
contract.
You all. You guys are phenomenal. Snag Brothers, awesome.
Thank you. Brothers to brothers.
Meet
Thank
you.
Good job. Thank you. All right. See you. I love that. Who we got next, Lynette?
Let's see. Oralee. Is Oralee here?
There we go. Oralee.
Oralee.
She's not on yet.
Okay. Let's go ahead and skip over to Annette. Annette, are you there, my darling?
Annette's not on. And is Derek on?
Derek, are you here?
Derek, yeah. Derek, awesome.
To Annette. Annette, are you there, my darling?
Annette's not on. And is Derek on?
Derek, are you here? No, that's Oralee. Right? Or is that?
Hey, Felicia. Close out of if you got YouTube or Facebook open, if you were watching the event earlier, close out of that because we're hearing that repeat from there. Or if you've got two devices on StreamYard.
Hello.
Much better. Thank you.
Okay, that's better.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hi there.
Awesome. So Lynette's called on this property. What can you tell me about this property?
So, what's your first name again? I'm sorry.
Felicia.
Hi, Felicia. Oh, Felicia. Oh my goodness. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
I was so
good.
focused on Derek that I was thinking, I'm like, that's not Derek. Okay. Love you guys. Okay. All right. So this is land. So it's a little bit different. Not a whole lot, but obviously you guys know that Ron Legrand has that commercial boot camp, right?
Mhm.
So if you want to know, he loves doing land. All right. So what we worked out on this was the seller was asking $445,000, and we said, "Is that the best you can do?" And we shut up, and he came all the way down to 415.
Nice.
Yeah.
Love that. What do you think the land's worth, Lynette?
You know, I did have trouble assessing this one. I did not have my love of my life, Mr. Brian Wolf, who usually does comps.
Where's Brian?
He's busy.
Tell him we missed him.
Thank
So it's
you.
7.36 acres. So is it in a subdivision or something? What's the story on
Yeah.
this?
So it is
Okay.
actually, it's actually in a subdivision. And so I think, I'm guessing, and once again, it was a little bit tricky on the comps on this one, Andrew, but I'm thinking somewhere, I'm thinking around the 500, somewhere around 500,000, when we get it all, if we just want to flip it kind of thing. But because I think 445 was a fair price, and the fact that he dropped all the way down to 415 is encouraging. So if we just want to, depending if you want to develop it or do a wholesale on somebody who wants to build, we have really good terms for whoever wants to build on the land. Because the seller understands that there's nothing down and no payments, and he's willing to give us 3 years. So obviously someone's going to have to come up with the money to build on it. So that's the key, is that if you wanted to build on it yourself, or if you just want to like wholesale it to somebody else who wants to build a house on it, it is good terms that you'd be assigning, because then all they need to do is come up with the money to build the house, because it's nothing down, no payment to the seller, and it's a 3-year balloon at the 415. So I would say it's worth just putting it on the marketplace and seeing what you can get, basically.
Have you been to the
market-
commercial boot camp, Felicia?
We have not.
It's coming up in 2 weeks. I would, we don't have enough facts here yet from knowing what this is worth to know, if you could wholesale it for a couple 100,000 or you couldn't. There's a lot of missing pieces we would need to research and find out. I recommend you get on the phone with the guys here and get signed up for that commercial boot camp in 2 weeks and take this with you there.
Okay. Yeah, we are registered for the live stream, and I know that they're not going to do any deals live stream. We're not able to attend in person, unfortunately.
Got it.
But
Okay.
yeah.
I'm wondering if just this one time Ron could make an exception, since we did call this, she was available for the virtual here, and she is a master, so she will be on the commercial. Anyway, that's your call, Andrew.
Do you have a mentor, Felicia?
Currently, we do not.
Okay. Are you signing up for mentoring today?
We're not sure yet.
Okay. How can I help you be sure?
I don't know.
I don't want you to miss a good deal for that. And I have no doubt, while the mentoring is for the single family business, and that's what I want to see you do, that I know if you sign up for the mentoring, I've seen Ron before in a case like this where we was able to get it to him. So get on the phone with a course advisor and see what they can get worked out for you. And let's figure out how we can get this to Ron for the commercial deal and what we can make happen there. So
Okay. All right.
And
and Ron just texted and confirmed that if we get you into mentoring, he's going to work with you on it. So call course advisor and get signed up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So, you turned in a couple other leads, Felicia. How many did you turn in?
3.
Okay. Because if you can text message those other 2, they did not get back to us, so I would send that text saying, "Hi, my name is Felicia. My partner's name is Lynette Wolf. We're interested in buying your house. What is a good time that we can talk?"
Okay.
And I would get that text out right away.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. And then we'll gather some more facts on this, and could be something huge. I love land deals. Ron is killing it in those right now. So don't know till we know.
What I like about this, like I said, even if she doesn't want to build on it, she could assign it to someone who has to build. So instead of them having to pay money to the seller, all they
And
have
with
to do
these
is come up with the
terms,
funds to build.
I mean, it's just a no-brainer potential deal. So good job. Thank you, Lynette. Great job, Felicia.
Thanks, Lynette. Thank you,
Oh,
guys.
you're welcome.
My pleasure.
Is Orly on the phone or Annette?
Nope.
Did they make it yet?
Neither of them yet.
Oh, they're both
so-
really, one's a no, turned to yes, no money down. The other one's a no money down. Boy,
Should
oh
we
boy.
go over a couple others and then come back? Give them a couple more. So, Lynette, what we'd like to do is we're going to give them a couple more minutes to come on. So we're going to go on with a couple other student deals, and then we're going to come back with them. So we'll see you in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. All right. So who we got next?
Dell, John, Kirk, and Clayton.
Awesome.
If you want.
Let's bring which one you want, Aaron?
You want to bring John on first?
Yeah, John. We got John Patton's. Welcome, John. How are you, my brother?
John, how you doing, my friend?
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see
Good to see you.
You too.
Good to see
Likewise.
you too. So tell us about this deal you got going, man.
Yeah, this one just closed. I guess it was a week ago, or maybe I don't know, 10 days ago. I got a call from a lady in Orlando. The property was down in Miami, and it was her mother-in-law's property. It had been vacant for a while. Then there were squatters living in it. It turned out that the lady was a hoarder, and she had probably close to 4 or 5 40-yard dumpsters worth of stuff stacked to the ceiling in the house and outside in the yard. It was probably one of the worst houses. It was undoubtedly one of the worst houses, that I've ever seen doing real estate. It was hysterical.
Well, I'm looking here at this HUD, John. It shows cash to seller to you $99,483.43. Is that pure net profit?
Yeah, and
Holy cow!
The only thing I had in the deal is normally I'd only put $1,000 up, but I figured since it was a higher price property, I would just bend a little bit, and I put 5,000 up, and I didn't get any pushback, so I put 5,000 up, and I escrowed.
So what you're saying is you probably could have put 1,000 up, and they wouldn't have said nothing either, right?
Yeah, maybe, probably. They were nice to work with.
But for that number, that's worth it.
Yeah, they were nice. They were nice to work with. They're very cooperative. But it was really kind of a situation where the family really needed help. The money was going to be used for nursing, putting the mother who owned the house in a nursing home. She, believe it or not, had the title stolen from her by a grandson 2.5 years ago. And what ended up happening was that the woman that called me and her husband, who was the son of the woman, they were fighting with this guy in court and sued him. A quiet title action pursued, and they got control of the property. I drove down to Miami 3 different times to see the property. Naturally, the first time, when we got there the first time, there were squatters in the property. And we were able, believe it or not, to get them to leave. We were able to get them to leave without any fanfare. And then I had one of my handyman down in Miami just put new lock set on the door and secure the property a little bit better. But what's interesting about this deal is that I really had nothing. I had nothing at risk because I escrowed the 5,000 with my attorney. So I protected myself, even though it was a small amount of money. I escrowed my 5,000 with my attorney, and then I did not want to put this out into the public domain. I didn't want to do any advertising because I knew that I potentially had a very large spread here. And in Miami, it's not the most ethical place. You have a lot of shady things that go on, not only with investors but also with realtors. So,
how'd you find the deal?
This lady and her husband saw an interview that I gave on a real estate program on CBS in Orlando that airs every Saturday at 12:30, and they actually saw the video on Bigger Pockets. They went to Bigger Pockets and they saw me saw me there. So that's where the whole process started. She called after seeing that. I drove down to Miami, which is 550 miles round trip. It's not close.
Yeah.
I did almost 1,700 miles, 3 different round trips, but it was worth it. I mean, who wouldn't get in a car and drive 275 miles for a potential opportunity like this? And the market in Miami right now is so crazy. Like, the thing with Miami is they're out of land. They can only build either up, or you got to buy something and tear it down or renovate it. That's simply it.
So what I'm seeing here on this HUD, you contracted this house for $590 or for $490?
Actually for $475.
Okay, so you contracted to buy it for $475, and then you went out and found a buyer?
Yeah, exactly. So I lined up my hard money. which I got at 0.75, so I got a really good rate on it. It's a hard money lender I've used for years, so I have a great relationship with them. I got a much lower rate, and then I started making phone calls. I started making phone calls to guys I know in the business, other wholesalers. Again, this woman and her husband initially had a realtor in her ear saying, "Oh, we should put it out and do highest and best," and so I needed to really protect this deal because I really did everything I could to protect the deal. They even
Looks
went
like
down.
you've done a good job of it. $99,483 later, man. So congratulations.
Yeah.
How long did it take you from the time you contracted this to the time you got a check?
3 weeks. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 3 trips in 3 weeks.
Yeah. It could have been sooner.
Wow.
We probably could have done it in 2 weeks,
Yeah.
But it was just 3 weeks. There was no problem whatsoever with the title or liens or anything like that, and
Yeah.
anybody, it's like Ron says, you can do this and really mitigate your risk significantly. You can, a lot of people think, I used to when I first started doing this, that you're thinking about how am I going to do this on a higher price property. Well, it's the same amount of work whether you do it on a beater in a bad neighborhood or if you do it in a better neighborhood that's transitioning or whatever. So that's basically
$10,000
it.
check is not any easier to get than the 100. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't? You put up 5 earnest money. Who, some of these folks are getting ready to sign up for mentoring and choose to change their life. Like, how long have you been in mentoring?
This is about a year. I guess it's been about a year now.
So
with
you're
you
in
guys
round
since
2.
December. Yeah, I was with Kyle Remick in the last year. So
Yep.
this is my second time.
Awesome. What would you say to someone on teetering on the fence about to sign up for mentoring?
Ron's a legend. I mean, I've been doing this I've been in the real estate business now since 2006. I started in real estate auctions with a national firm, and then was a realtor for about 10 minutes, and then quickly discovered I did not like showing people properties and driving them around. So I quickly got interested in real estate investment like this, and I started with wholesaling in 2010, 2011, 2012, when the properties were really cheap. But for somebody that's new doing this, I mean, if you look at every other real estate quote unquote guru that's out there, like on the internet, Ron's taught every single one of them, I'm sure.
He has, and the mentors he picks are so top notch, and his whole organization is just a servant's heart. I love that. I'm so glad to see you succeeding, man. You're amazing, and we love working with you.
Thank you. You
too. Thanks for coming on and sharing this.
My pleasure.
Keep up the awesome
It's
work.
good to see you, my friend. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Awesome. Let's see. We got Clayton next. I don't have any facts on his deal. Welcome, Clayton. How are you?
Guys, we're doing great, guys. I'm like a kid in front of the candy cane candy jars at Cracker Barrel. I'm so excited, man. Things are going great.
We're excited for you, brother. So I understand you just bought a house. Tell us about it. Where did you find this cheap house you was telling me about? Where are you at?
Well, I've got 4 deals going on at the same time right now, guys, and I picked 3 of them to go over if you want to.
Please.
But man, I'm pumped up. I went over my numbers for this year, and as you guys know, 2 years ago I was broke.
Yeah.
And I mean, just broke. I've been through 25 to 26 different jobs in my life. I counted them up today, and this is by far, it's phenomenal. It's changed my life completely. And so, and I've got some things.
How long have you been in Ron's world, Clayton?
Really seriously in Ron's world for about 1.5 years, but I signed up about 2.5 years ago. I really got pumped up in the last 1.5 years, and
And I see you've upgraded your shirts too.
Yeah, man, look at that. Isn't it cool? Yeah, man.
I love you too, brother.
Man, you guys are great friends. Yeah.
So actually, Clayton was so smart, and he had known me from the time, shoot, I was probably in diapers, and he had seen my success from afar in real estate. Probably had no idea actually the reality behind the scenes, but he had reached out to me and wondered how to get started. And of course, my response was, get to a Ron Legrand event and get a mentor. And so he drove over 2 or 3 hours where I was living at the time.
Yes. Yeah.
And took me to lunch one day. And next thing I know, he'd signed up, and his
Yeah.
whole world started to change. So congratulations. Well, tell us about these 4 deals, brother.
All right. Well, I'll share 3 of them, and I'm actually in a library, so I get this echo all around me. But if you guys can handle that, I just bought this house that I'm going to show you first, or tell you about first. I bought it about a month ago. I paid $2,000 for it. I paid $2,000.
Where's this at?
It's in my hometown in Paducah, Kentucky. Now
Okay.
it does have some taxes on it of $7,000. So there's going to be a total out of my pocket when it's all said and done of $9,000. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I put that on, but it's a dump. It needs work. It needs 30 grand just to get it decent. Okay. The bathroom tub, for some reason, the people thought they'd fix the bathroom tub by using black electrical tape. And that's no joke. There's black electrical tape lining the bottom of the bathtub. And so the bathroom's got to be completely taken out of it, rebuilt. The roof's got busted rafters in it. It needs 30 grand, this house does. I put it on the market for 39, and 2 days ago a guy approached me, says, I've got 10 grand, I'll give you now, I'll give you $500 a month for a year. He's got it now. He's waiting on me. He's waiting on me to get back to my hometown because I'm in Southwest Missouri right now. So on that deal alone, I'm going to I'll cash flow at 6 grand for the year, and then I will cash out complete $35,000 in 1 year on a $2,000 out of pocket investment.
So you're going to net $35,000 on this thing.
Absolutely.
So okay, so there was got it. Okay, got it. So you're going to net 35,000 total.
Yes.
Total net on a $2,000 purchase.
Yes.
That 2 years ago you would have drove by and seen as nothing more than a dump you didn't want to touch.
2 years ago, I was making less than $38,000 a year my entire life. I never.
And how many kids you got, Clayton?
Count them.
Holy cow! How do you raise 9 kids on 38 grand?
Well, I'm raising 9. My wife is raising 10. I'm number 10. So.
Oh, wow. So because you got this little cheapy house, and this just goes to show you, this is, I've made a tremendous amount of money in this price range of what Ron would call crap. And that's okay. It's not where you want to stay with forever. You just got a huge check from one of your other deals that you sent us. And, you can't make 100 grand on a $10,000 house at the same time. What extra 35 doesn't hurt nothing. Good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, this year alone, I'm on track. I mean, it's unbelievable. I did some numbers right now, being the 11th week of the year. I'm on track to doing over $456,000 in gross profit.
Congratulations.
That means over the last 11 weeks, if I stop right now, I'm going to average $96,000 a week. It's blowing my mind. And if I continue to do what I'm doing, thank you, Ron Legrand. If I continue to do what I'm doing, I'm looking at over $5 million for the year. And I know that's a forecast, but I'm in. It's blowing my mind. It's completely transferred. It's transformed my world. It's unbelievable. But
that's amazing. Now, are all these deals in Paducah, Kentucky, or that area?
Yes.
Okay. So our California students may be looking, going, "Holy cow! Where are you buying a house for $2 grand?" Well, that's where
I bought them for $500 before and made a few $1,000 extra too.
I love it. Well, give us the numbers for the next one.
Deal number 2 is we're closing on it on Monday. So it's got a sweet payout, but it's not as glamorous as that one.
Okay.
It is another little small 900 square foot, two bedroom, 1 bath home. And we're taking it over on a wrap. We could do a subject to, but we're going to wrap this one just to protect the seller. But it's a nothing down. It's $391 a month. So it's a nothing down.
Yep. $399 a month out. How much is a house worth, and what are you buying it for?
I'm buying it for $39,000 is what he owes on it, and myself and Scott and John are my mentors currently. We've looked at it at $89,000 ARV.
Wow. So you're going to put this out there for $89,000?
Yeah.
You're going to put it out there for $89,000, right?
Yeah. It does need some repair on it, and we've looked that over, but it's going to be worth private money putting into it, about 15 grand. But my numbers, according to my numbers, it looks like I'm going to cash flow about, well, my monthly, since I'm paying about 400 a month, I can rent it for 800, so I'll cash flow 400 a month. So that's
I'm going to
$4,800.
urge you to reconsider. I'm going to urge you to reconsider that $15,000 private money. Put it on the market instead of hoping to get 15 to 20 down. Accept 10K down up front. You have zero out, so what do you care? And then you're going to get instead of 800 or 850 a month, you're going to get about 700 a month. So you're going to net about 300, and then you're going to net profit. They're going to do the work. If they buy, great. If not, who cares? But you're going to net another 50 on the back end. So that means you're going to net in cash flow and everything. If they cash you out in a year, you're going to net right at $63,600 projected profits on this one little rinky-dink $40,000 house.
Why don't I just hang it up for the rest of the year and take a vacation, guys? It's just unbelievable.
All right. Well, tell us. So we got 35 profit on the first little one. We got 63.6 projected on the second one that you ain't closed yet. Tell us about
on
deal
Monday.
3.
Deal 3. This lady called me. Actually, she filled out a form on my website 2 months ago, and I called her, and she never got back with me. She called me back 2 days ago. Okay. So I thought she was dead in the water, and she called apologizing for not getting back with me. Now, she's a little bit out of my town, about an hour away. She has this massive house. It is 3,500 square foot, 5-bedroom, 2-bath house. It's massive.
Where's it located?
It's in Fulton, Kentucky.
Okay. And what's the ARV?
All right. The ARV of that area on that house be about $185,000.
What are you getting it for?
50.
What's the terms?
Right now we're at life, $700 a month, and she'd like to have $10,000 moving money, but I think we're going to wiggle out of a lot of that.
5K down, 700 a month.
Yeah.
And you're going to turn around and
rent costs about $1,500.
You're going to turn around and put it out for $199,900. You're going to accept $25,000 down from a non-refundable option deposit, so that will reimburse you the $5,000 you gave her. You're going to be netting $800 a month for life, just as a golden goose. You hope they don't cash out.
Goose. Oh my goodness! Yeah.
But if they do, then you're going to owe her out $50 minus the debt pay down, and they're going to owe you $174,900. So then you're going to have to 1031 that profit of 120, 150. So your net projected profits, if they cash you out within a year, is 156. Is that right? 800 a month times 12, 159. Doing quick math in my head. 159.7 projected profits on that other little deal.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I've got one more that's not on paper in front of me. I just closed it three weeks ago, but it's up to you guys.
Tell us. Yeah, run over the numbers.
So I got another property in my area, and this was over a year ago. And Andrew, you talked with me with this guy over the phone. This is when it's like a year and a half ago. And they were wanting a big down payment. And so they finally reached back out to me about a month ago, and they've agreed to take a smaller down payment. So here's the deal on this property here. It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath sitting on 7 acres of land.
Yes.
And we're getting that property for $55,000 on a subject to, and I'm giving them $5,000 down on that house.
Wow.
So total
you.
of 55, and I'm doing the 50 on it. It's worth about 140.
So you're telling me time and circumstance changes every seller's mind?
Every time. Unbelievable.
So these few little deals you showed us today nets you over 200K, bro. That's nuts. Thank you for
crazy.
sharing and congratulations. What would you say to the person who is on the fence? Because I know 2 years ago you couldn't afford it.
No, I was
What would
broke.
you
I had to sell something to even go to a quick start. Right.
What would you tell somebody on the fence about quick start and mentoring?
Sell, borrow, whatever you got to do. Get a quick start and get yourself a mentor and just dive in. You might make mistakes. I knew zero, brothers. I knew zero about real estate. Zero. I had no experience whatsoever with real estate, and it's just huge. I would go.
What made you drive 3 hours to take me to lunch and sign up for a $20,000 training, give or take, whenever you didn't have the money? What urged you to do that?
Well, first, I was just curious. First of all, I asked you about it, and then I did just very little research. I watched a lot of Ron Legrand videos, and said, I can do this, give it a try. And then we dove in, and it's just unreal what's taking place in my world right now. But I would do whatever you need to do. Get yourself into a quick start and join the class and get yourself a mentor and just go at it. Go at
Do
it.
you ever think, what if I'd have let the fear win out and not came?
I would be just as broke as I was. I'd be broke.
Absolutely.
Just no
That's
need.
my experience, brother. That's my experience. I mean, I can attest at 21, you knew me.
Yeah.
I sure didn't come for money.
No, me neither.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations, man.
Yeah. I remember when I first got married, I was trying to find a way to make money, and I found old pallets behind warehouses, and I'd go collect them, thinking I'm going to sell these pallets and make money. Until I had a stack of pallets behind my house, going, "What am I doing?" I've DoorDashed, I've eBayed, I've Amazon, I've mopped floors, I've scrapped metal, my wife has made cookies, and we've
So are you
tried everything.
you're saying you don't have to be extra bright to do this?
Not at all. Not at all. You just got to want to do it.
Thank you for sharing, man. Sure proud of you and what's going on there, and appreciate you sharing.
We love you guys.
Hey, much love to you all, brother. Bye-bye.
See y'all. Bye.
All right. Who we got next?
Got Orly and Lynette.
Awesome. Lynette back on.
You guys.
And
Orly. Hello. I'm back.
Hello. Welcome back, Lynette. Welcome, Orly. I know it's been a while.
Hey, Orly, we're getting an echo from you, Orly. If you could just make sure you're logged out of Facebook or YouTube, so we don't hear you twice on your speaker there.
So she's actually going to be just with sound and not video.
Just
but
audio.
I said, that's okay.
Cool. Well, we're excited to talk about our deal. So, Orly, do you live by this house?
So she's actually going to be just with sound and not video.
Just
but
audio.
I said, that's okay.
Cool. Well, we're excited to talk about our deal. Well, tell us what you found out, Lynette.
Okay. Well, she's fixing her sound. All right. So I called the seller, and this was yes. Another no lead turned to yes, which often happens once you explain you're pushing all the 10 benefits and ABC always be closing.
Do you hypnotize these people or what, Lynette?
Do I what?
Do you hypnotize these people or what?
Yeah, that's it.
What? So another no turned to yes. They said no, they wouldn't take terms, and then you got on the phone with them and they changed their mind. Orly, do you live by this house?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Okay. So we could
Where do you live?
Away.
Where?
It's an hour and a half away.
Okay.
So
no worries.
We could do a virtual deal meeting. So
I've heard this virtual house buying stuff works.
Yeah, we do it all the time.
So you talked to the seller. They said they went from a no to a yes.
Kathleen said, I said that we'd be buying your house. We're actually the buyer. I said, we're not real estate agents, and I'm actually the buyer. And I had some questions before I come take a look at the house. And what would be the least you're willing to sell the house for? And they said 327. I said, is that the best you can do? And she said, I don't know. You haven't even seen the house yet. And I said, well, of course, I have to see the house before I can buy it. Don't be ridiculous. No, I didn't say it quite that way. But I said, yes, we need to see the house before we could buy it. But I just wondered if you had some flexibility. And she said, yeah, we can talk about that. So
What do you
327
think it's
as of right
worth?
now. But every time we get out in front of the house, we end up getting the price a lot less because you're right
Oh yeah,
there.
and
Even with the
three
virtual deal meetings, we'll be able to get it. And it's a
three
three
bed, two bath.
yeah, 3 bed, 2 bath, 1593 square feet. It doesn't need any repairs. It is occupied, but she said, Kathleen, the seller, let me think, I did so many calls today and I didn't put a note on this, but I'm pretty sure she said 2 weeks because she's going to be moving out in 2 weeks, but don't quote me on the move out time there. So, but it is occupied right now, owner occupied, not tenant. And, I said the way we usually do it is we'll go ahead and buy your house, close whenever you want, kind of thing, and then we'll go ahead and cover your monthly payment, the property taxes and insurance and everything, until we cash you out in full at a later date. So since we're covering that payment for you, approximately how much is it? And she did verify it was 1,400. I said, okay, yeah, we can definitely cover that. And approximately how many years do you have left on the mortgage? Because that will be our balloon payment. But she didn't know how many years were left on the mortgage. So we'll find that out because that's how we figure out the balloon payment there. But she is flexible to give us time versus months. And
What do you think the house is worth, Lynette?
I think the house is worth somewhere around 345.
Awesome. So not a huge amount of equity, but we'll get her down a little bit at the house when
Yeah,
Orly's in front of her. And
I said on this type of transaction, I said we usually put nothing down, and then I shut up, and she said okay.
awesome. Wow. And
So you,
1,400 a month, nothing down, and flexible on the time till probably going to be when we get out there the end of the
how
a
many years
term
are
of her
left on?
loan.
How many years are left on the mortgage? And we actually, just so you guys know, it's really how you. It's not. I mean, obviously, it's what you say. That's why, as a master, you get the Legrand Wolf "What to Say and What to Do" system for free. But it's what to say, but also how to say it, because when you say it with authority and you're not lack of confidence and newbie, we usually put nothing down. It's how you say those words that make the
So true.
difference. And that's why I say ABC always be closing. You always want to keep control of that conversation with the seller. So
And I remember on the way to deal meetings when I started on that, you mentioned for those that are in the mentoring and going to be coming over to the masters, that's where we all want to be. That's where you all want to be upgrading to. You get that what to say, what to do for absolutely free. And I remember back when we had CD players in the cars, I would have those CDs. I would have those CDs in, listening to them all the way out to my deal meetings, and that was powerful. So awesome. So we got 327 purchase price. So we're gonna get that down, but let's assume we don't. What are you gonna put this up for sale for once you get it? What are you gonna list it for sale for?
How about 339,999? 339.
she said 349.9.
Are you watching the screen?
Yes.
359.
Okay.
It's worth 345, Orly. Come on. So 339. And then what do you think you're gonna get down on this?
20 grand.
$20,000.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And the monthly payment's $1,400. What do you think this thing would rent for?
Okay, we also have association fee with that. So should I include that with the 1,400?
No, so the
association
tenant is
$450 a
going to
month.
pay. The tenant's going to pay the $450. So I would suspect it's worth around 2,000. You could get about 2,000 a month, but the
At least.
because the tenant's going to have to pay that $450.
Okay.
So on top of the 2,000.
I'd say at least 2,000. And so minimum $600 a month cash flow, 50,000 up front. Get this down to more like 309, and then you can pocket all 50 of that up front when you get it early. All right.
Sounds good.
If they won't come down, no, you're going to have to take 18,000 of this 50 and put it into an account in case they cash you out, because you'll owe more out than they owe you. Are you following me?
Mm-hmm. I'm following.
So hopefully that every dollar they come down is another dollar of this that you get to put in your pocket. You're going to put this on the market. You're going to get 50,000 down. You're going to be netting 600 a month. Your principal's going down. Theirs is not. And who's your mentor?
She was going to go ahead and sign up for half price because she's already been in the program.
Nice. Awesome.
Right.
That's amazing.
You're going to get signed up?
Yes.
We talked about that.
Awesome. So, yeah, as you know, all 12 mentors are qualified. If Lynette has any space, you should choose her, and she can help you get this deal across the finish line.
That's my heart's desire.
Yes. Absolutely. I love that. So Lynette will be on the phone with you Tuesday at noon. Once you've signed up, you've got the number to call and get signed up at half price today, don't you?
Actually, I made a call in already. I sent an email in. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, get signed up and get Lynette on the phone with you out there at noon on Tuesday and get this thing across the finish line. If you can, again, every dollar you get that down is more money in your pocket. I'd love to see that at 309. So all 50,000 of that is net profit in your pocket, and you pocket that and the 60 grand. And how many of those do you need a month till you have financial freedom completely?
That alone, that's it.
Just one a month. Just one a month. I love that. Well, awesome. Lynette, amazing call as always. Thank you for that. And thank you, Orly, and congratulations on re-upgrading to mentoring for another 6 months. I know you're going to have another amazing time, and excited about the success that's going to come for you from this deal.
Thank y'all. Thank you, Lynette. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. I say girl power.
I know.
I love it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Real talk.
Speaking of girl power, we got Annette next. Oh, welcome, Annette.
Can you hear
Annette?
me?
Well, hello.
Yes, we
Annette.
can.
Hi,
Yes.
can you see me too?
Oh,
Yes,
we can.
see
You're
you.
looking amazing.
Well, all right.
We can see you and hear you.
Yeah.
And we
I just,
love this price range, Annette. Great job.
Welcome
to California.
Yeah, I just want
Yes.
to tell everybody that, people say it doesn't work in California. Guess what? It does.
It does.
And Annette was very fortunate. She's actually being mentored by us, the Wolf couple. And this house is further away. So we're going to do a virtual deal meeting. And what that means is it's going to be Annette, myself, and the seller on the phone. The seller actually has an Android. So we're going to do the Google Duo app. And that way we can all three be doing a video deal meeting on Saturday
love that.
at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Where do you live, Annette?
I'm in Palmdale, which is the northeast corner of LA County.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. And how'd you get this deal? I guess Zillow, the VA, sourced it for you and called it?
That's
Are you there?
correct. Yes.
Oh,
awesome.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you.
Your
Can you
video
hear
is
me?
slightly delayed. Yes. Now you're back. So it's 2-bed, 1-bath, 1,000 square feet. Needs no work, and it's vacant. Is this a tired landlord, or what's the story on the house?
I understand it is a tenant occupied until June.
Aha. All right.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Yes, we
Can you hear
can.
me?
Can you hear us? Lynette's having a sound challenge. So 1.15. What
Oh, you can
can you
hear
hear
me,
us,
John?
Lynette?
Okay, I just can't hear you.
Yeah. So as we figure that out, 1.15.
Some of the
Do we know the
data on
R's?
the property, it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, an older property. It is conforming with the neighborhood.
So should I tell you about the numbers on this, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So the seller said that they wanted 1.15. And we think it's worth about 1.2. So, there's not, obviously we need to get the purchase price down on this. But I really liked what the seller said because the seller was good with the nothing down. And yes, the seller said nothing down on $1 million house. We have it recorded, and Annette, and us are confirming that. So he did say nothing down. The other cool thing, he wants $4,200 a month, the payment, but you can see that his payment is only 2,700 PITI. So I'm definitely going to try to get that down when we do the virtual deal meeting, because if his payment's only 2,700, then there's no reason why we would want to pay 4,200. But once again, I think we could rent this for around 5,000 a month. So I don't think it's a negative cash flow. And the seller's flexible to give us years and not months. And the house is in great condition, great location. And that's what I know.
So was the seller flexible on this 1.15? She still can't hear us. Do you know, Annette, was the seller flexible?
Well, what she told me is that originally he had it listed at 1.128, but he's done quite a bit of fixing on the property, and that's why he's asking the 1.15.
Okay. So
there might be a little room there, but like Lynette said, I checked the value and I figure it's about 1.2.
Okay, I'm back. I can hear you. Sorry.
Awesome. So what do you the purchase price, Lynette, we was just discussing if we thought there was some more flexibility on that.
Yeah, definitely flexibility on that 1.15. Because what happened was he had upgraded it so much. He said, you know what? I've done so many upgrades, and that's why he was kind of at first pretty married to getting 1.15. But I said, listen, in a house this price range, there's no real estate commission fees. We're the buyer. You don't have to pay out 6% commission. You're saving a ton of money right there. And we oftentimes can pay all the closing costs. So, what can you give me on the purchase price? How low can we go? If we're paying all the closing costs, there's no real estate commission. We close, as is, you don't fix this little thing or this little thing. So no appraisals, no inspections, no contingencies. I said, you got to come down on this price. And he said, we'll talk about it. So that's kind of where we're going to come at. If you give something, you want to get something, is what Ron Legrand taught us. So as long as we get the seller, we will be negotiating that purchase price down. Because like I said, there's no commission. Oftentimes we pay all the closing costs, no appraisals, no inspections, no contingencies. There's no reason why he wouldn't bring the price down, especially in this price range.
Absolutely. What, Annette, what do you want to post this up for sale for? How much?
Well, I'm thinking of a sales price at 1.299.
Like that.
I like that, Annette.
Good job. So imagine we can't get this down to 1.1, which I think we can. Imagine stays at 1.15. Worst case scenario. How much are you going to advertise that you want for the down payment? I'll use Ron's question here.
Advertise as a down payment. I'd like to get 125.
She said, I'd like to get. Okay, come on. Annette, I know you haven't been mentored very long by us, but I'm sure you meant to say that's what you would like to get. You would never advertise the down payment, right?
Oh, that is what I thought I said. I said what I would like to get is 125, not what I would advertise, but what I'd like to get.
So remember, if somebody goes to the bank and gets a loan on this at 1.2, they're going to have to put $240,000 down. So I totally think that 125 down is extremely realistic. So if you get 150 down, which I think is very realistic, that's all but $1,000 net profit. And then you got the monthly cash flow. Once Lynette's out there with you on the phone, when you're virtually at the meeting, that's 42 is going to come down. Even if it doesn't, though, you still got 800 a month cash flow. And your payment, your principal is going down every month on the 1.15, and your buyers is not on the 1.299. They actually owe you 1.149 now, which is $1,000 less than you owe out till you make 1 or 2 payments on this, and then you owe less again. So, do you want this deal?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you come? Are you good? Can you come up with a down payment?
I think I could probably do that. Yes.
If you need a partner, Lynette and Ron would love to partner with you.
I think I could probably do this with their coaching.
Okay. All right. Well, you just stick with keeping 100% of the profit then. And wow, good job, Lynette. That's amazing. Thank you for this. And Annette, congratulations on sending in a great potential deal. And you got a good mentor there. So keep it on the when you get the appointment on 9 o'clock on Saturday, you got to send testimonial in. All right.
Absolutely.
Yes, because we like 2 testimonials. 1 when you get the house under contract, 2 when you sell it, which is when you get paid, cha-ching. And
a copy of the check with that one.
Right. Yeah. I want to say one quick thing about Annette is that one great thing, a couple great things about her in the mentoring program is she actually does what we tell her to do. Okay.
That's amazing.
And so when we give her those weekly assignments, and I say, you know what, let's go ahead and call some sellers next week. She gets the lead sheets in ahead of time. She does her due diligence on that. And the other good thing is she's got the right attitude, and attitude is so much because she'll she'll call me a week after we do our calls on Monday. She'll call the following Monday and say, I got to be honest with you, Lynette. And I said, well, I expect no less. I did not, focus on the real estate like you told me to this week, this and that and whatever came up in life. And so she's very aware and has the right attitude. So that's what I love about you, Annette. You have a fantastic attitude and you do what we tell you to do. So you're going to be a superstar.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And how many of these checks do you need till you quit your current job?
I got news for you. I already quit my current job, so I burned the boats. This is it.
Congratulations. Welcome to the other side.
Yep.
We're glad to have you. And wow, great job. That's exciting and so important. Thank you for sharing that, Lynette. And when you come with that attitude and you just put in the work and bring the leads, I mean, we do everything but beat you into getting a check. So I'm excited for you and where you're headed. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Well, thank you.
Lynette.
Let's get a. Yes.
What?
Thank you. She said thank you.
Lynette.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Next we have Kurt. Bye-bye for now.
Bye.
Welcome, Kurt.
Kurt, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing excellent. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
We are awesome. So I hear you've got a terms deal in the works. I referenced your $71,000 wholesale deal today, but you come on to talk about a terms deal you got in the works. So what's the numbers on this terms deal?
Yeah, I got them right here. So now the house is worth $257,000.
Okay. And by the way, where do you live?
I live in Austin, Texas, but I work in 2 markets.
I thought it was too hot in Austin to do any deals.
Oh no! This one is outside of Austin, actually. Yeah, but no. Hey, you know what? It is not too hot to. I'll put it this way: my first deal was in a hot market with a lot of competition. A lot of people beat me to deals, but I kept at it. And when they answered yes to almost everything, I was like, man, this can't be right.
What'd I do wrong? What was that first check, Kurt?
Yeah, that's good.
What was the first check amount?
$71,699.14, something like that, or 12 cents, something like that.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, good. And you are mentoring currently with my brother, right?
Yeah, he's excellent.
Yep. Awesome.
Thank
So
you.
we're 257. What is the terms on it?
Okay, it's nothing down,
Okay.
and then $2,009 a month PITI,
Okay.
and then infinite terms. It's going to be a subject to deal.
What's the purchase price?
257.
And that's what it's worth, or it's worth more than that?
The comps came back about roughly 299, 295. It's called 299.
Okay. $300. Okay, good.
That works.
And what do you think you'll rent it for?
Well, so I'm in Texas. So for owner financing, well, I know the answer for this already. As much as I can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you hope to get?
I'm looking about 23 to 2,500.
Okay. Good. So what do you anticipate you'll get down?
35.
Okay. What are you going to post it?
As much as I can, actually, but yes.
Yes. What are you going to post it up for sale? What price?
329.9. Yeah.
Don't get greedy.
Okay, well, 319.9 is worth.
All right. So you anticipate to get between 30 and 40 down, whatever the market bears. You're going to have $500 a month net passive income. If they give you 40 down and you owe 257 out and you sold it for 319.9, that means you still owe 257 out and they owe you 279.
Yes.
So if they cash you out, you still got another $22,000 on the back end. So besides the $500 a month projection
And the debt pay down.
Yeah. Your net profit on this will be 40, and 23 is 63, plus the monthly of 500. If that goes on for a year, that's $69,000 projected profit on this one deal. What are you going to be out of pocket the day you close on this for closing costs?
1.5%, something like that, roughly 2%. Let's call it that. So,
Okay, so about $4,000.
Yeah,
$5,000.
And there's one more thing I better add. So, since I'm taking over the loan, well, the subject to, I got new insurance that'll be swapped out. So it'll drop the payment down to minus about 300, give or take.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So that 500 to go to 800 net.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get in the weeds on this deal, but when Kurt went to purchase this deal, there was a minor detail that the seller left out when we was on the phone with the seller. Wasn't there, Kurt? He was behind on payments substantially. Yeah. And so instead of bringing money to close, Kurt and I formulated a plan to see if we could do some type of loan modification and help the seller do a loan modification. And that's exactly what happened on this deal, hence him not bringing any money to close.
So the moral of that story is, when you have a mentor and you're being guided through this and you find a deal that's weird or has some hair on it or has liens on it like Clayton was talking about, or is behind on payments like Kurt was experiencing in foreclosure, we solve sellers' challenges and we get paid $69,000 to do so, right? Mm-hmm. Well, we just get to guide you. You get paid to doing it. You just are to stay good. You need a partner for that $5,000, don't you?
What?
You need a partner?
I'm sorry, it must be some kind of malfunction. Oh yeah, no.
Oh, well, that's all I had for you. Good stuff, man. Well, thank you for sharing this. That is exciting. And wow, this will be your first terms deal, right?
It will be. It will be. And,
good. So Kurt's one that is just you're a shining example of persistence. You was working to try to get a pretty house, and you had some challenges on the calls that frankly screwed up a few calls, right? And we kept working together, and you was just persistent. You never give up. Put in the work. and never give up. And Kurt's a shining example of that. He finally got a wholesale deal for 71,000 profit plus, and now he's getting this terms deal. And I'm telling you, Kurt is building a snowball. Once you do 1 and 2 and 3 and 5 of these, it just keeps going. And Kurt is in a hot market, and he did do a deal in the hot market and got a big check for it. And he was smart to say, okay, probably going to have to spend more money on marketing here than I would in another smaller market, a little bit over. Let's also start marketing in this market. And this is where he's getting this terms deal. And from my understanding, has several others that you have on the radar.
Yeah, I got a few in the pipeline. It's just one of the things Ron talks about with the 5 steps to success. Not rule, but step number 1, locate prospects. I think the biggest thing is that, try to, get as many leads as you can. Go through the numbers. I mean, this would be a good example of I made up in numbers what I can scale because I wasn't that good at first. I mean, I'm still learning, but just going through the numbers and getting better. Because with y'all's mentorship, I talked to Aaron, told him that, hey, I really appreciate your mentorship because now this one deal alone with all the hair that was on it, that hair, all the little foibles, whatever you want to call it, they're helpful because I got to be honest, I'm freaking out like, man, this came up, that came out, but he helped me. And then now that I know it, the next deal I do won't be hard in any way because I know what to expect. And that kind of uncertainty is now pretty much gone, but the mentorship is good. So if anybody's thinking about mentorship, I recommend it. Just do what they say for sure. And just keep on going, that's the best thing I can say.
And that's what you're so good at, Kurt, is never giving up and then just following those instructions and that path and getting leads, getting deals and working them and not being afraid because, crap, this one's got quite a bit of weird things to deal with. That's the best deals we get is always the ones with the biggest challenges, whether that be a title challenge or anything. And so you're a shining example of that with a $71,000 check and another one coming soon. So congratulations, man. You're amazing.
Thank you. I could do with this.
Keep up the good work.
Good to see you, my friend.
Awesome. Good stuff. So do we have who is it? Adele. Adele, welcome.
Hey,
Adele.
hey guys,
Hello,
how are
my
y'all?
friend.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Yeah, my
Where are
deal's
you where are you living?
in Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville.
I'm in Ron's backyard here. I drive by his house almost every day.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So tell us about this deal you just wrapped up. You just got a check on.
He's did a couple of them here recently. Yes.
Yeah. They're not as lucrative as the other ones, but hey, it's just making some deals happen. So I have actually 3 under contract right now. Two. One just closed. I got the check on what's today? I got it on Tuesday, yesterday or Tuesday. One of the days I picked it up.
What's the number on the one you got the check on? What's the
that
check
was
size?
8,800. 8,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a wholesale deal.
We better not tell Ron that was less than 10. He may beat
I know.
you.
Well, it actually was 10. And there was some issue with the title, so I had to eat some of the assignment fee to make it right. So it was 10 originally. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll let that one slide. Good job, man. Well, what's the numbers? What'd you contract it for?
I got it for 62,500.
60. Okay, another cheapie.
Yeah, it was and the guy had
62,500.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 62,500. Yeah, and I got it through him. I've been sending mail, so he called one of my mailers. He had actually just fixed up the property, and he was looking to move on to a different project. He said, and it had a tenant in there, still does, for the rest of this year. So it kind of took out the terms thing, and he had remodeled it, so I was kind of skeptical to even go, but I went ahead and looked at it and looked at the area. The ARV in the area is probably like 85, 90. So I thought at 62.5 even fixed up, it's still a pretty good discount if I can sell it for 72.5, which we ended up doing. It was still a pretty good deal. So I called him, several weeks. Just following up, because he was asking for 75 originally. But I built that rapport, met him in person at the house, and we agreed to a number, sent him the DocuSign. For whatever reason, he couldn't open the DocuSign or he couldn't read it. So I dropped what I was doing, drove across town to his house, him and his wife, and we got the deal, the contract signed. And then found a buyer, and yeah, there was an issue with the title. I guess 15 years ago, somebody had interest in the title. I don't know, from 2007.
So number one, what I'm hearing is it's the same amount of work to get a $99,000 check as a $8,800, and when everything goes wrong, you still made $8,800.
Correct. Yeah.
So not a thing wrong with that. I've done the same thing when you're dealing in the lower priced houses. That just happens. Nothing wrong with that. You're doing perfectly because you're out there making it happen and getting deals, and that's what matters. So, good job, man. What else? What about these others two?
The other one, again, everything I've gotten from the mail. I've been really dedicated to the mail, and just when I first started, the first few months, I was kind of everywhere. Bandit signs, business cards, hand mailing, hand sending mail, and I mean, it was bringing some people, but I felt like I was kind of everywhere. So I said, let me just dedicate to the mail and getting really good on the phone, because the first few months, if I can tell anybody who's just starting, man, just overcome that fear of the phone in the first like 4 weeks. I wish I would have done it. It took me like 3 months as opposed to 4 weeks to just get over the anxiety, the fear, the objections, the rejection, and just you'll be a lot further along than I am right now. But anyways, I got this. She called. Got it for $25,000. House is in terrible condition. It was their first home like 20 years ago. Met her at the house, met her husband at the appointment, got some pictures, and as we were, she never even got out of the car, which was really, really weird because I never even met the husband or talked to him. I had been talking to her the whole time. And she got there, the husband got out, made some jokes with them, took some pictures. We actually signed the contract right there on top of her car, the hood of her car. We were out in the front of the house.
What's the numbers on that one?
25,000. I sold it for, it hasn't closed yet, but I have it sold for 40 right now. So it'll be a 15K assignment fee on that.
So a 15K profit wholesale.
Yeah,
Good.
and it's just a buy and hold investor here in town. So they're going to put some money into it, but going to have a rental at 60K. You can't beat that, in Jacksonville. So
yeah. What's the third deal?
Third one, again, the mail. I got it under contract right now for $250,000.
And just for everybody listening, when you're saying mail, I'm assuming you're doing yellow letter mailings?
I'm doing realestateinvestor.com, REI Vault. Actually, though, Aaron,
got it.
One of you guys, I don't know sometimes who I'm talking to on the phone.
Yeah.
Recommended to that, and I jumped head first into that and put a good amount of money into that, and that's why I told you I would just decide I'm going to go with the mail and make the calls on that.
It works. There's a sizable investment with that particular mailing company, and it works for us and for you and other students who have used it. So great job at committing and making that happen.
Yeah.
So 250.
Yeah, and ARV on this one is around pushing close to 4, 3. You can say 375. I think it's just in an up and coming area there in St. Augustine. It's downtown. And I have a buyer who hasn't signed the assignment yet. We have an appointment to see the house. He wants to see it on Monday, but if he said the house matches the photos I sent him, we should be able to assign it for 275. So it'd be a 25K assignment fee on that one, if he signs and all that. But
congratulations, man.
Yeah. So it was nice. I appreciate you guys, both of you, helping me out. For me, the mentor was more valuable. Me personally was motivational. I saw the marketing and the technique behind it is really not that difficult, but the difficult part of staying positive, and you're going to hit some low points, and you could go weeks without talking to a motivated seller, at the beginning, because you just kind of, and then you're going to hear a bunch of no's, and you're going to feel like, man, am I doing the right thing? Like, I'm not getting a deal. Everybody tells you I should be making 10K a week, right? I mean, when you hear at the beginning, I should be making 10K a week, 10K a month, and it's really not that as easy as that, but it is easy if you just put the time in. And like, I love Kirk's story, the one before. I know he had been,
isn't that awesome?
10 months,
and I mean the little, absolutely, and it goes back to just show the test of consistency. And that's what Kurt is, and that's what you are. I mean, look at these little deals you just showed us here today. That's going to be $48,000 in profit. Again, and that's on little rinky-dink yeah, properties. And I say that because that's where I started and what I do. And so don't discount them. Yes, the big money is there and possible, and 8,000, 10,000, 25,000, 15,000 is awesome. And sometimes that's the bread and butter. So, man, great job. Keep up the awesome work. I love that.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Hold on here just a minute.
Uh-oh, don't leave us yet.
Who's this guy? Who's the guy in Jacksonville stealing all my deals from me?
Yeah.
Papa has arrived.
Yes, he has.
It's a hot market right now. So if you get a good number, you can sell it pretty quickly now in here in Jacksonville.
Good job, man.
Yeah, I appreciate
it. Okay. In fact, really good job with these two guys right here. Been watching them for several hours. And I've been all day in the commercial mastermind groups while I'm not here. These guys have done a phenomenal job here today. So everybody give them a round of applause. We want to hear it from here.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
That's all you're going to get.
That's all you get.
I love that. But no, you guys are doing great. I've been watching you for a couple hours now, and I'm impressed.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
All right, want to close this thing out?
Absolutely. So for anybody on the fence thinking about getting to the next level, do what I did, do what Clayton did, and all these other people that are on here showing their deals, and get your mentor, get signed up for the next quick start coming up, and make sure you don't miss the opportunity to change your life. Thank you, Ron Legrand. You changed my life. When I met you in April of 2014, everything changed. I'm very excited for several of you watching that today is that day for you. And you'll be signing up and spending 4 days live with this friend, this man, my friend and mentor, Ron Legrand, very soon. And so thank you all for being with us.
You guys are a great example of what can happen if you want it to happen. And by the way, this is St. Patrick's Day today, and I'm wearing green, but I don't look green on here. So
we got a green background.
Okay, good enough. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in all day. I know you've enjoyed these guys. I mean, they do a lot better job than I do. So we appreciate it.
We learned from the best. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
See y'all.
Bye-bye for now.
I often run across people today who for some reason, don't think that they can do the business of real estate. And then I relate to my story. I'm 35 years old. I'm working in a service station. I have no retirement. I have no bank account. My wife is not working. It's just me. I have no previous education. I had to struggle to get through the 12th grade. I have no formal training whatsoever. And yet somehow I came from that to where I am today. And I look at all of the excuses people come up with on why they can't do it. And I often tell my students, there's only one way you can get good at anything. First, you got to suck. So if you qualify for there, you're in the right position. Suck first, get better every day. Next thing you know, you're the expert. And it really don't make any difference what business you're in. The same thing is going to apply.